5 raise, continue by 11. Number 6 fold. Number 7 fold. Result.
Do I have to put this one on?
Number 7 check. Number 5 says 2 buy 900. Number 7 fold.
Is it case? 500?再从支付吗？本金哦。
Number 1 fold. Number 3 fold. Number 4 fold. Number 5 raise, continue by 11. Number 6 raise, sun center 32. Number 7 fold. Number 8 fold. Number 5 fold. Heads up. Number 5 check. Number 6 bet, each hand on by 16. Each hand do by 1 6. Number 5 fold. Roll.
你有票吗？票有吗？
Clear copy.
没有。
Okay, okay. Roll.
What happened? You want this one up?
Copy. Yeah, sure. Okay. Number 3 fold. Number 4 fold.
Let's carry on here. A 1D.
你没有主菜票啊？我说你没有主菜票啊？
我没有主菜票啊。
没有主菜票，没有。红龙的 APP 有啊？
没有。
APP 也没有。那你
Continue by 11.
这不有个
便宜啊？
有个12000的，那么合适
？12000
啊，合适吧？
Number 8 fold.
Ace King suited, finding the raise to 1.2k, or 1.1k, sorry. Flat from the King 10, fives on the small blind, coming along as well. Looks like we're going to go 4-way to a flop here. Couple jacks and a 10 as King 10 takes the lead. Two spades, nobody with one, so it's going to come down to how much value Xiao thinks he'll be able to get. $1.7k is the wager. Back over to the Ace King, who doesn't even peel the gut shot. Hand 1, or hand 2, or maybe hand 3. And we've already got gut shots getting folded. Can't be doing that. Not in this tournament. Hope you guys have had a fantastic day so far. I've had a great day. Got a haircut, went to the gym, had a lot to eat, had a couple of coffees. I'm ready to party. And so are these guys. All of them ready and hoping to make it through to the second day of play in this event. Yesterday had some thrilling action, especially towards the end. See if today can replicate that. I have no doubt in my mind that we will definitely have some crazy hands getting played. Shi Kwang Meng, a 6 offsuit on the button. Over to Yihang Luo. King 5 suited. Are we going to see our first wide 3-bet? No. Decides just to call. It's going to allow Hao Ting to potentially come along with the 9-7 offsuit. Drum roll, please. And he does make the call. It's a lot of clubs, and it's a very nice flop if your surname is Luo. Manages to find the second nut flush. Both of his opponents have a club as well, so a fourth one could be dangerous. Instead, Jack of Spades, not changing anything. Meng did find top pair on the flop, though, so maybe he could be parting ways with some chips here. 4 of clubs, and now everybody's got at least 5 Binks feet. It's a very obscure reference for this point of the stream, I'm sorry. Yihang betting 2,000, trying to extract any value possible. Quick glance at the chip stack. Looks like it's going to work. And goes the call. Meng with the 6 of clubs. Is he going to get called in 2 spots? Nope. Just 1. Either way, he's going to be stoked with it. King 5 takes himself up to 53,000. $106 big blinds for him. He is the table captain, Hao Ting. Currently our short stack with 44 bigs as we pan around the room. Getting a look at some of the familiar faces that are vying to try and make it to the second day of this tournament. See the champion there on the right, vying for that trophy. You're going to have to get additional luggage clearance and an extra suitcase to get that one home. She's a bit chunky. Worth it, though. Jack 3 suited on the button from a +1 open. Decides to fold, which I think of all the decisions you could have is probably the best one. Ace 4 suited in the big blind. Starting this one 80 big blinds effective. No, I tell a lie. Starting this one 50 big blinds effective as Kwang is well covered. He's only got around 26k. Still very comfortable though. King 10-4. Both these guys with a pair. Check from Ace 4. What's the Jack 10 offsuit going to do? Finds a $1,000 bet. 1,000 chip bet, should I say. I'll get it right eventually, I promise. In goes the call from bottom pair. No check raising here. Double flush draw the turn. Doesn't change anything though. $1.6k, and in goes the call once more. So disbeliever. Let's see if he's going to be believing on the river, as the 5 of diamonds does complete the flush draw. So I'm not sure if we're going to see any more biscuits put into this pot, and it does go check, check. Sixes with a raise to 1.1. Jack 9 offsuit in the cutoff. Really gave it some thought, but not to be. Ace, king, 9. Queen of diamonds could come into play here. $2,500 from the sixes. Big Blind's asking to have a look at his stack to see exactly what he's working with. Looks like he's just going to put in the call. No, he finds the raise and snap fold. Once again, getting a look at these outer tables. Plenty of familiar faces, plenty of players vying. Ace Queen going to find a 3-bet. Ace 10 gets out of there. The dragon's dancing, and so am I. Thank goodness the camera's not on. This would look very embarrassing. Bang Sheik 1. Queen Jack offsuit. Raising it up to 1.1k. Over to the king 8 on the button. What are we going to see here? Looks like we're going to see a 3-bet at 2.7. There's the fold from the ace 10 suited. A little bit worried about what is going on here. Queen Jack likewise. Just going to let go. King 8 takes it down. He hang. 106 big blinds, cruising, feeling very confident, no doubt. Let us know whereabouts you're tuning in from. If it's your first time tuning in, my name's Jordan Bromley. Lowly Australian, chilling out in Brisbane, bringing you some of this good coverage. If you have any questions about poker, if you have any questions about the series, feel free to ask. If you have any questions about me, too bad. I'm a closed book. Oh, but Nan Quang Wen, Pocket Kings is not a closed book. This is going to be a 3-bet all day, every day, twice on Sundays. Does take it to 4.2. A little bit small. Looks like it's going to be good enough to get the job done against these two guys, though. As he picks up a nice little pot there. Takes himself to 29.8k. Not going to be feeling as worried. Shuang Xiao. Jack 6 offsuit, you reckon? Fair enough. If it feels good, do it. Nine five suited is these guys are definitely a little bit wider than some of the stuff we saw yesterday, and I absolutely love it. This King 3 is a good example. 3.2 thousand. As they say in Hot Fuzz, cop that. Okay, they may not say that in Hot Fuzz, but I'm sure somebody says it somewhere. And the 9-5 goes down swinging.
小时不到吧，1个多小时。差不多。但上海快，上海1个小时就到了。你坐个哪个航班？转机的。从起飞到落地，我都是1个小时，1个小时整。就前后不超1-2分钟吧，就从起飞到落地。
Deuce is finding the 3-bet. My goodness. These guys are really not messing about.
应该没了吧？这种边赛升盲都很快的。闭幕赛应该是有，闭幕赛应该会涨得往上快一点。我在想一个事情，就是我们手中没有牌的时候，这个麦克风是开的吗？
It goes down as the Deuces pick it up with the 3-bet. Sevens finds the open to 1.2, flat from the cutoff. Fluo not afraid to get amongst it with natural 9. Momo Yin finds the 3-bet to 3.2k with the king queen offsuit. Back over to the man with sevens that started this mess. Looks like he's going to continue with a call. Likewise, the ace-8. Everybody just wants to party. Let's party. We're going to take this party 3-way to a flop. Four of spades. 5-3. Sevens overpair with a gut shot. Not feeling too bad about it. Ten of hearts on the turn as this king queen is going to have to try again. And that 6 on the river is going to give Xiao that straight in the bin for these king queen. Don't think this bet is going to be getting called very often. He asks for a count as to exactly how much it is. Oh wait, it was the king queen that led. And the snap call's made, and Xiao picks up a very nice pot. Momo Yin down to 17.3. Forgive me. My thoughts a bit crossed there. Pocket 10s, raising to 1.1. Jack 9 offsuit with the flat. Potentially a little bit of a tilt call here as the Queen 10 is also going to come along. 6-3. Natural 9, not as good in this game. But apparently good enough. Jack 8 deuce. Never the flop you want to see with 10 overcard, and on this occasion it hasn't worked out. Bit of 2,000 from the 10s. Momo wastes no time. Raising top pair. What are these 10s going to do? Does have the 10 of hearts. There is some backdoor potential, but given the stack to pot ratio, probably not going to have the opportunity to realize it. Looks like he is going to call. Repeat 8 on the turn, no help. Flush draw bricking. The rest of the chips go in. $7.2K, and you do block a large portion of the bluffs that your opponent's going to have with that 10 of hearts. No longer is he going to have a hand like King 10 of hearts, Queen 10 of hearts, 10 9 of hearts. So you've got to remove all of them, and if you feel like you can be doing this with some of his weaker jacks, as he's doing here, then all of a sudden your life becomes a lot worse. You also have to realize this is for 66% of his stack. So they got one out. Wow, he calls 3%. He's in bad shape. Momo Yin with a chance to find a full double to 37.3k. Firing one out on the river. The Deuce of Hearts is not it. Meng down to 6.6.
你觉得是什么？你觉得出花吗？但转牌不是红牌呀。哦。但是你要想一件事情，就是刚拿黑圈，并且亮出来之后，你觉得他下两把还会有机吗？他还会重复的动作会再来吗？因为他的形象已经出来了，他就是吧？我是这么认为的。
Ace King with a raise to 1,000. Momo not afraid to mix things up. Jack 5 suited. King in the window, 3-4. Lots of backdoors for Yin, but Hao Ting confidently leading the way at the moment. And Momo's going to get amongst it with those backdoor draws that I mentioned. Finds the flop raise. Hao Ting is quite covered. Does he want to just flat and allow his opponent to bluff it off? Does have the King of Hearts, so that definitely could be a consideration. Not immediately worried about those flush draws. Looks like he's just going to call, so Momo Yin with potentially some room to get in trouble as the repeat king on the turn may cause things to immediately shut down. Repeat 4 on the river, so top full house for the ace king. Are we going to see Hao Ting set the trap once more and try and extract any kind of bluff from Momo? No, looks like he's reaching. 5's out. Unfortunately for him, I don't think this is going to work out. Down the fault goes.
Thank you.
fresh dealer. Low with the ace-9, finds the raise. And goes the call from the ace-6. Meng along for the ride. Let's see what the flop brings. Queen Jack 9. Yang in the lead, and it's going to be difficult for Meng to catch up. Queen 10 finds the raise to 1.3. Offsuit. We just saw something defending that one a hand ago. Looks like it's going to be back to back with this one. What will it bring this time? 10, 9 of deuces. Everybody's got a key to this. 8-6 gut shot. 8-7 with the open-ended straight draw, and Huang in the lead. That Queen 10. Bet and a call as Huang is sandwiched in the middle of these two guys. What's he going to do with top pair back to a flush draw? Is this an opportunity to raise? Brains Trust says yes, so he takes it north to 5,000. over to the open ender. Backdoor flush draw himself, so he's going to come along now for the gut shot. Probably a little bit expensive at this point, especially when you could be up against Queen Jack. He does let go.
准牌推了，
对啊，人家董牌推了嘛。
只有准牌了。
King of Hearts on the turn as Huang actually, improves his hand to a flush draw as well as this open ender. So probably going to be a see you at the river type of moment. So he does check it to him. Over to the man with all of the outs. What's he going to be doing in position? Looks like he's reaching. Flies out 6,500. With 16,000 out there, it's roughly 1/3 the size of the pot. Call is made. So to a river. It's another 9, so not too comfortable. For the Queen 10 as the board pairs once more. Jam from the Queen 10 on that river, and the 8-7 goes down. Doesn't want to risk anything, just wants to take the pot away now.
Not good river. Hello. Hai mấy bích? Không được. 110 mấy đó. Với cả anh đánh có một chén mà.
Ace Jack 5, limped pot. Bet of 600. Luo opening the queen nine of diamonds with bad timing. Very aggressive. And this time he has a very strong hand. Ace 7-6, Luo with a backdoor flush draw, and that's about it. King of clubs on the turn is never what you want to see as well. With these queens, the ace was bad enough.
有点夸张吧？是没错，但是并不能代表他一年比一年往。
Man with queen nine wants a bet on this turn card of 5,000.
应该今年应该是30,000人吧，30,000人肯定是有的。但是虽然国内环境差，但是我们国内人真多。你说一个比赛3、4千，哎，就济州岛这比赛，你哪个比赛你上哪能找主赛3、4千的？以前我不知道，这2年是没有。这2年是没有。我跟你说，如果我们能去台湾打这个 APT 更多。台湾对台湾不太方便。我还蛮想去台湾旅游，一直没去过。要办签证是吧？是，现在不可能，基本不能入台湾。
They're going to go down. Queen nine. It's a nice offer.
这个很贵吧？他们说，我也不清楚。他们好像说什么办一个这种签证要10万左右，打个牌没必要吧？别说打牌，去旅游也没必要。对啊，也不是，台湾都花不了10万旅游。济州岛蛮好的，办个护照不就飞过来了？
If you guys are enjoying the coverage.
对。吃的不方便，交通也不太方便。
Luo with the ace 5 of clubs. Definitely going to be raising. Looks like he will take it up.
市内的交通，打车
1200 round to Huang in the big blind.
对。保健路有海底捞，哪里有海底捞？保健路有海底捞吗？有，我确定，我非常确定。保健路那个新罗。
Couple eights and a 4 and 2 clubs. Luo definitely the favorite at this point.
海底捞几个大牌子，但我们上去吃，但是我非常确定看到过一个大牌子立在那海底捞。我当时还想着，我说我都来韩国了，我还能吃海底捞的，但是来了那么久，发现好像可能海底捞好吃。对。
So it was enough of a favorite to just win the pot instantly.
主要军演还是方便，比万豪这边要方便。1300。
Raised to 1.3 from the king jack. Pocket fives. Puts in the call on the button. 10-7 deuce. Looks like a bet of 1,000 from the king jack. These five still in the lead for now. And they're going to act like it as well. Finds the raise.
This is a 1-minute call for Progressive Bounty. You have 1 minute left to resume the game. Please proceed back to your tables.
The king jack goes down. Six five suited. Luo finds the raise.
Meanwhile, for the Progressive Bounty will be 500, 1,000, 1,000 for the NT. Tournament dealers, please shuffle on the heel.
Huang with the 5-4 suited comes along. Ace 10-3, couple of spades. Folding to the 6-5 is turned to straight draw now. Best hand is Shao, currently top pair. Does have a spade blocker too, so 4,500 is the bet. And it's like the ace 9 is going to come with a raise. the 9 of clubs on the river, giving Shao 2 pair. After Luo found the turn call with the open ender and the flush draw, and he bricks. Reaching and firing a block. Very small bet. Dangerous, because against a size like this, maybe Luo is going to have thoughts of grandeur. Maybe he feels like he might be able to bluff his opponent off of it, and that's definitely not the case. Giving this one some thought. He does have 6 high, so obviously not thinking about heroing. Thinking about whether or not a bluff would work, ends up not deciding to. Pocket 8's raising to 1.3. King Jack 7 is the 8th whiff, and the King Queen takes the lead. $2,500 from top pair in the small blind, and the 8s looks like they just get folded. Shows the King.
King 5.
8-6 jamming the small blind for 3.3. Jack 7 suited. It's only for 5 bigs, so don't have to have too good of a hand to be calling. I think Jack 7 probably qualifies. Just put it in. Ten 6-4s. The 8-6 improves. Deuce of spades on the turn. Just needs to hold now. River card is another 10, so he will.
My phone.
It is locked.
Oh,
You can narrow.
Hmm?
Can narrow.
Oh, yeah. Don't give one.
Jack 8-5. Counting. Running top pair.
回信息，
One
我手
straight draw.
我手表在
Reasons
里
to be betting.
震半天了的。
So he is going to bet 1,000. Last time somebody bet 1,000 against somebody with Jack 9 offsuit, they found the flop raise. Is this what's going to happen again? No, but it's a spicy one. Jack of clubs improves Liu to trips. One picks up that flop mentioned. Jack 9 checking it over. $3,500. If we're going to see the raise now. Looks like we do. Takes it north of 9.5K. So I think we're 13.3 behind. So by the time Pong makes this call, we're going to have a pot size bet.
哦，还有一个地方。哦，在这里，我瞅半天，我在这瞅半天没瞅到。是个大老黑，很无情的说 ，no open。
Are we going to see the ace-9 continue? Feels like a very clear call. And he makes the call and bricks the river, and this Jack 9 offsuit arrives with the check mark and 13.3 behind. There's only one thing to do here, my friend, and that is to pull the trigger on a jam. is what he'll do. Piles up his chips and fires them forth. Very quick fold from the ace-9, obviously not improving. There are going to be some bluffs sometimes. The 9-7 may go like this, but for the most part, it's going to be a jack a lot of the time. $152 entries so far, 127 of them still remain. So we've had 25 casualties. No doubt we're going to have plenty more before this tournament meets its end this evening. $10-9 suited, raised to 1.3 from under the gun, 300 to 600. Still the blinds for now. Back over to Momo Yin. He's been very active. See if this is going to be any different. Absolutely not. In goes the call. Queen 9-8, couple of clubs. The only player with one is Yin, but these other guys are pretty heavily interacted with the board, so I don't think that's going to become too much of a concern. Though the best hand does check, so we'll see a turn card, which is a deuce, and he improves. He checks once more, and is this 10-9 going to try and start getting valued? The double flush draw on the board, no doubt, makes it a little bit scary. Definitely want to be protecting against all of the hands that are going to have outs against you. King Deuce is going to come along. Step 1 completed. Step 2, fade the king on the river. Sometimes it's a hurdle. It's easier said than done. And check, check. And a little bit of a glance sideways, like, oh, I guess, okay. King Deuce wins. Sure, you can have that one. King Jack suited. Kwang raising to 1,200. Or with the ace queen. No doubt going to be wanting to get involved. In what capacity? It looks like by the capacity of a 3-bet. Takes it north of 3,700. So close. Back over to the King Jack suited. Such a pretty hand. I don't think he's going to be wanting to let go of it just yet. Though he is very shallow. So he needs to be a little bit careful with the amount of chips he chooses to put into the pot. Looks like he's still going to come along with it. Couple of 9s and a 3 as this ace queen is still in the lead, and he gets a look at the stack and fires in the remainder. King Jack does fold. King Queen facing this open. Takes it to 3,600. Back over to the Queen Jack. Comes along. Hello there. Not what I had on my bingo card. Don't know about you guys. Both of these guys connecting. Check from the Queen Jack as Queen Jack is in the lead for now. 2 pair against that middle pair gut shot. Not the idea that you had in mind when this hand started, I wouldn't think. Unfortunately for him, he's here now, so just going to have to make the best with what he can. Bet of 2,500 from the King Queen. And it can always be a little bit awkward trying to navigate these spots when you've got bottom 2 pair. On this exact spot, it's not terrible, so he just comes along with a call. There are probably a lot of turn cards that, depending on the size his opponent bets, he may just jam over a bet. This is potentially one of them. 13.7k out there, 31.4 behind. And running 7s, no counterfeit things here. This Queen Jack still has the lead, but obviously not going to be feeling good about it, given that any ace now beats him. Bit of a shake of the head.
就这吧，看一看。哦，sorry。
Somebody got caught napping.
Thank you.
Action folding around to the cutoff. Nobody wants a bite at this pot yet. Things might change here. Queen 10 offsuit. $10-5 in the muck. Big blind in the muck as well. Ace-9. Jams it in for 7,400 over to the Jack-9 suited. Who's going to call? Jack calls is not good news. Ace-9 needing to stay alive. And the turn.
So now even worse.
Made 2 jacks. 8. Going 5 in the muck. King Queen raising from the cutoff to 1.6. Ace King 10. Queen finding middle pair. Looks like we've gone check. As it actually looks like I'm wrong.
someone's coming. We play 6. That table's 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We playing 6 or someone's coming? Someone's coming, right? We playing 6? Is it still balancing?
1.8 from the king queen. Over to the small blind, Yi Heng Luo, king 10 offsuit, may consider coming along. Has been very active as far as his aggression frequency, so maybe he'll view this one as a good time to pounce. Nope. Just a call. What will the big blind be doing? Also calling, it seems. Ace 7 threes. The king queen still leads, but very easy flip to navigate three-way. It's going to check through. Turn is the 8 of diamonds. Jack 9 betting the turn with this gut shot, getting the fold from the king queen and the king 10. Aggression works in your favor if you time it well enough. Oh, aces. It's always a good time to wake up with aces. And in this case, it must feel like Christmas in July. Used to 1.6 and the call from the button from the woe. Looks like it's going to get action from 3 other players. Ace is 68% lock. Let's see if that maintains after the first 3 cards. 3-4 deuce. Also now. Action checking to the man with the pocket rockets. checks it through. We see a repeat 3 on the turn. Looks like Liu is going to try and reach out and steal this with the ace-jack high. Momo actually finds the raise with the jack-6, blocking 5-6. Wow, this pot is getting out of hand, and what are the aces thinking? The aces are thinking, let's do it. Good luck, everybody, but I'm pretty strong here. He's going to take it down and take it back over the starting stack. Nice hand there, sir. Very well played.
Good, good.
I want gold. I want him to go. Why fold?
3 raising the button. 1 coming along with king 9. 2 a flop we go, which is pretty nice for the king 9 open ender. Definitely some fun outcomes here. Ace 3 is doing the betting though. Seven of clubs on the turn completes that straight draw immediately. Wasting no time getting there. 96% lock. The only way they can chop this hand is on a river 9. Never tell me the odds. That 9 holds on to the river. Fires happy bet, trying to extract any value it can. Unfortunately for him, no value to be had by the ace high. 129 remaining as the field size floats out to 170. Action folding around to the cutoff. Our team. Ace 2 soft suit. Started this one with 28.2. Is he interested? Most certainly. 1.6k. Ian being the most active player so far at this table, 40% of the time getting to showdown. King Jack Huang. As Xiao doesn't even defend the Jack 10 offsuit. No, he does. It's been a little mishap here. He's definitely coming along with that one. Running aces. The queen on the river. Jack's with left hand.
Three.
3,000 from the Jack 10. Just trying to steal this one away. Doesn't need to make it too expensive, recognizing that in this dynamic, you're probably against a relatively capped range. I'm really thinking it through. Maybe there's some Jack highs or some 8-5s, and looks like he's not thinking about calling. Clicks it up. Fold is made. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening, enjoying this lovely Thursday. I know that I am. Always having a great time.
Thank you.
This is Red Dragon Championship Day 1B. Sorry, 1D. If I can get my letters right, that'd be a good start. As always, if you have any questions, feel free to send them through. I've got both the YouTube and the Facebook chats open. I'll do my best to answer them. I can't promise that I'll do any good, but I'll try. And trying, you know, is half the effort. No action there. 7 Deuce getting a walk. Merry Christmas to you, sir. And it is July, so Christmas in July for him. Queen 8, raising it up from Huang. Yiheng Luo with the King 10 offsuit and the small blind. He's been loving this hand, but I think Liu's going to be liking this Ace King a little bit more. Started this one with about 36 big blinds, so I think it's a bit much to be jamming. I do expect the price of poker is going to be going up. Matter of how much, though. Looks like he's counting it out. It wouldn't surprise me to see him make it something in the vicinity of 8,000. Even that might feel a little bit large. Maybe 6.5 to 7. So it looks like he split the difference to 7.5. Very quick fold from the Queen 8. Likewise, the King 10 down in flames. Back over 30K. King 9 suited. Definitely deep enough to be able to open this one comfortably, and that is the way he goes. Action falling to the big blind. Five, 6 deuce. Is it not a bad flop for Xiao? The way with the ace-8 suited. Raises it up. 1.6k. Momo once again putting in the call, ace-6 of diamonds, and what is Huang thinking of here? There's potential misbehavior on the way. No, not to be. That would have been spicy. Ace Queen 5 as both of these guys flop a pair, but Momo Yin has himself top pair and the nut flush draw. Holding on with the best hand is going to be tough on certain runouts here for Luo. Let's see what eventuates. The 10 of spades. And the amount of outs to potentially chop this pot just slightly inflates. Just ever so slightly inflates. $3,000 is the lead. As I don't think that was on the worst bingo card. Don't think he can be going anywhere just yet. He goes to call, but then hesitates. Maybe he's not in the best shape he thinks. We can see he's actually flipping right now, as far as the numbers go. Technically the best hand, though. Because the 6 on the river is not what you want to see. It is quite unfortunate. Check, check, and Yin's going to turn this over, and Luo's reaction, not a good one. A little bit frustrated by that river card, but could have lost a lot more given the hand. Ace-9 for Luo. Opens it up. Opens the door for Ping to potentially find the 3-bet, I think. I believe we saw him throw in a 5k chip. Just awaiting confirmation on it. Yep. It was a raise to 4,000, I think. No, it was a call. Forgive me. 9-7 deuce as Luo takes the lead. $3,600 is the bet from the Ace Jack, though. This Ace-9 not going to be going anywhere, I wouldn't think. It does have a backdoor flush draw as well, so... Yeah, and he does put in the call. Turn card now. So it looks like there's a slight misunderstanding as to what just happened. We'll let you guys know that we're going to be heading on a break in roughly 3 minutes. The floor has been officially called over, so they're just going to fix whatever it is has gone wrong here.
Yeah, 3-6. Pre-flop is 3-6. 446. Yes, yes. Yes, yes, right. Correct. It's correct. Yeah, 他那500转我。
And looks like things have been smoothed out onto a turn. Check from the Ace-9. Back over to the aggressor on the flop. What's it going to be this time? Oh, that's a big bet. It's like 11.1. Have to think that this is sizing up for a jam on the river. Did just flat call pre-flop, so has to think that there's no overpairs. Probably just worried about sets of sevens and sets of deuces. As he does make the call, and to a river we go. Only 3 outs for Ping Chen. Is he going to be able to get there? No, it's an even better river for Luo. Luo does set the trap. Checking it over, and the rest of the chips go in, and the call's made. And a snap fold. The ace-jack is no good. It was a worthy attempt, Ping Chen, but Yiheng Luo is going to get up to 70k.
Can I take a picture? Oh, sorry, my phone is okay. Sorry, it's okay. No, not cover, make cover.
And with that, we're going to head on a break, guys. We'll be back in 15.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Red Dragon Poker Tour, one of the most prestigious poker tournaments in Asia. Today marks the grand opening of our iconic event, the Red Dragon Championship. To celebrate this epic moment, we will begin with a special eye-dotting ceremony to awaken the dragon and bring good luck to all.
首先恭喜你赢得我们的青龙杯的冠军，您现在心情如何？
说实话，一般激动。
可以跟我们的观众介绍一下自己吗？你从哪里来？
大家好，我是来自成都的陶金果，我们的战队叫最成都战队。我们这一趟其实来了有很多人，本来这一趟我是不打算来的，然后是因为我们的队长告诉我们一起来打团队赛，我一向都是一个很有集体荣誉感的人，所以我就来了。
你刚刚说到团体战，你觉得团体战跟个人赛的最大的区别在哪里？
个人赛就是很多时候可以随心所欲，但是团体战其实一个是注重策略，第二个就是要考虑自己的队友。但实际上，其实个人赛我觉得也非常需要纪律。我都把我的手机屏保换成了一个纪律的律字。
您接触扑克多久了？
应该是18年左右吧，到现在7年了，每年都出去打比赛，打了很多比赛。最近已经可能快2年没打比赛了。
扑克最吸引的地方在哪？
一个是与人的博弈， 我是一个很喜欢竞技的选手，因为我以前也是打游戏的，然后我非常享受这种竞技的感觉，喜欢这种赢的感觉。
您是第一次来红龙吗？
第二次，第一次差不多就是18年、19年，我最开始接触红龙的时候，当时去澳门红龙，但是那个时候就是比较年轻嘛，刚出社会，没有那么多资金，然后去红龙就准备了一个来回机票跟一个红龙的门票，然后没打到就灰溜溜的回家了。
您觉得赢得这个冠军的关键是什么？
可能信念吧。我觉得扑克它是一个还是有一点玄学的东西。我们都说扑克是一个技术，也是一个运气的游戏。但是，比如说我手碰掉筹码了，我会觉得这是一个不好的征兆。但是我从昨天到今天，我碰掉筹码可能5、6次，每一次我都告诉我说这一定是个好的征兆，我的筹码会增加了。结果每一次真的都在我碰掉筹码之后就增加筹码，这个信念感很重要。
比赛这几天让你印象最深刻是什么？
最深刻
是济州岛的海滩，因为我们团队赛结束之后出去玩，然后在海滩那个真的特别漂亮。我来都说我说这个地方太忘我了，因为玩其他游戏也赢嘛，所以我就说可能这次青龙会出一个好的成绩，说不定。然后每进一步我就告诉自己夺冠，真的夺冠。但是虽然说可能那个时候在开玩笑，但是就是到了这张桌子之后，我觉得玩笑变成真的了，所以一定要有信念感。
可以分享一下刚刚 heads up 的时候来来回回的那个筹码，你觉得当时你的心情是怎样？
其实是这样的，我的心情很平静，唯一可能情绪比较波动大的就是那把 A 圈打了黑圈。因为我跟那个哥们儿 hands up 的时候，我只有400多万，他有1000多万，然后我慢慢的把自己的筹码打高了，我有1000多万了，他只有400多万了，结果一手压制牌被他 double 了，其实心里面是非常难受的。而且那个时候就是 all in 的时候，他的朋友就在旁边给他喊 K， 但是我的朋友全在旁边打边赛，我真的很气愤，你知道吗？我直接在群里面给他发消息，我说我是不是没朋友？我是不是人缘差？我兄弟一个都不在，你说多气愤？你看后面这个，我兄弟都在旁边，一下就 over 了。
您觉得这次除了这个青龙杯夺冠了，下一个目标是什么？
打一个红龙杯吧，
就主赛红龙杯把它拿下来，是不是？
参加就行了，因为我明天准备走的。然后现在夺冠了，觉得这里确实很舒服，就让我更舒服了。我觉得可以再玩一玩。这里其实还有个小故事，就是 heads up 的这个兄弟，他抽奖抽到了红龙杯的门票。今天我就觉得他是天选之人，你知道吗？7个人的时候1000的筹码，就是他觉得自己已经没有对手了。其实大家都觉得他没有对手了，但是他当时说了一句话，我还很记得，他说走到这里可以了。我说不行，我当时就200多万，我说不行，我要拿冠军。我说你只能当第2。结果这就是信念感，还是那句话，信念感。
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've been waiting for is here. The final 8 teams of the RD Expedition Club Red Dragon Team event are ready to take the stage. Team Entrepreneurs! Poker Planet! Team Osaka, a.k.a. Royal! The Army of Destiny! Gold and Silver Dragon Squad! Osaka Mobile Unit! Poker Queen, Starlit Canvas! The Poker Queens Full House Team! Ladies and gentlemen, these are your final 8 contenders. Let the final battle begin!
幸你们获得这次远征俱乐部冠名红龙团队赛的亚军。那想请你们先介绍一下你们的团名还有团员。
我们这个团队的名字叫做扑克星球，你可以看到衣服下面写。
这次一起组队来参加这个比赛，有没有特别不一样的感受，或者有没有跟预期不一样的地方？
我觉得都超出预期了。我们只想过，好好先拿第二，因为30几个队伍嘛，我们拿到第2名，其实我们的队员发挥的都很完美。
感觉这次红龙举办的那个团队赛，我觉得整个扑克氛围非常好。然后我觉得我们参与，就是因为它有很多不同的。一开始从淘汰赛，然后复活赛到第2轮的，就是3个赛事，单挑、双人 SNG 还有单人 SNG。
这个你们第一次玩这样子的这个团队赛，有没有特别的感受，或者是跟预期不一样的地方？
不一样的地方就是没拿冠军，确实很奇怪啊。为什么呢？跑马都输了。
那有没有觉得什么特别好玩的地方？
我觉得最好玩的应该是他们2个的双人，我觉得看他们打双人应该蛮。
来说2个双人比赛。
我就觉得双人的 SNG 的话，一个级别换一才是比较好玩的，非常考验2个人的默契，因为筹码量一直在桌面上，但是跟不同的人打。然后我觉得红龙主办的赛事非常棒，
打比赛打的也比较少，工作比较繁忙。这一次团队赛我觉得非常好玩，大伙儿的积极性也挺高，然后气氛也很好，希望以后这样的团队赛能多办。
那有没有什么地方可以打得再更好一点？
这次暂时我们没有遗憾，因为我们都已经发挥出了自己应有的水准。
我这次已经是超水平发挥了，希望下次运气能更好一点。
我们是中外友好企业家战队，我们是扑克星球。
2025济州扑克嘉年华，我们下次见。恭喜你们赢得这次远征俱乐部冠名红龙团队赛的冠军，请你们简单介绍一下你们的团名。
我们的团名是大阪王机动部队。
当初你们怎么组这个队一起来参赛的？
当时这个事情就源自去年我们到大阪，当时也是抱着散散心旅游的方式，结果我们就突然之间发现4个人还是志同道合，可以认识一下，去参加一下比赛，这样的我们就渐渐的组成了一个 team。
这是你们第一次参加这个团队赛，有没有什么好玩的地方？
好玩的地方就是我们在打第1阶段的时候，其实我们都被淘汰了，然后兄弟们听说还有复活机会，我们也是在第2阶段的时候踩线才进的。
第一次参加这种比赛，有没有跟预期之中不太一样的？
还好吧，因为我们之前在国内也有参加过类似的团体赛，所以还会有这方面的一些经验，所以觉得我们准备还是蛮充分的。
你在这个比赛之中有没有分工？
我觉得团队赛其实是蛮考验我们各自的团队的策略、执行能力以及个人的一些性格的，因为我们要把4个不同的人、不同的性格的打法混合在一起，为整个团队去创造一个更好的前进的方式。很多时候是个人是需要做出一些牺牲和让步的。我们所有的目标是为了团体能拿更多的分，能更进一步的往前走。
我们的策略其实就是我们要知道这个团队这个分数是怎么计算的。一开始我们看那个 bounty， 比如说第1轮的 bounty， 它只有你拿到17个 bounty， 它才能直接晋级，而拿不到17个 bounty 其实是没有用的。所以说前期为了 bounty 去跟别人拼命是很负意味的行为。你在一开始如果知道这件事情，我们就知道前期我们就是要争前4甚至前3，我们的打法策略都会不一样。所以说这是一个策略的游戏，我们要多考虑策略，再考虑技术。
你觉得你们就是团队最强的一点是什么？
应该说我们最强应该比较团结，我们4个人比较团结，没有太多分歧，基本上就大家讲出来的话，大家都可以理解和包容。
有没有今天比赛的深刻印象的地方？
我们2个队友就已经被淘汰了，所以那时候华山一条路，我们只有在这一桌双人 SNG 的轮换赛中拿到第2名以上，我们才有机会去争夺这个冠军。所以那时候不顾一切拼，因为所有的队友希望就在我们手上，所以这时候是只有一条经验，我们就是要去夺冠。
过程中有没有出现意见不合的地方呢？
意见不合的时候是在剩下3个人的时候，大家都是2个人，就同时可以商量之后给决策。然后最后打了2把牌，就是1把牌抓鸡，河底中午抓鸡；另外1把牌就是最后的这个冠军的这个决定的那个手牌66。就是我跟柔柔意见有点不太一样，我当时设了一个陷阱，我想好了就是跟他 all in， 然后我就 snap 挂。
请问一下，经过这个团队赛，你们有没有觉得每个人有怎么样提升、成长的地方？
我觉得其实团队赛还是对个人的提升能力是次要的，更多的是你那个为这个团队做什么。因为每个人的性格、每个人打法都不一样，但在团队赛里面，你需要做更多的包容、让步和妥协。因为你最终的目标不是个人的提升，而是什么？是我们整个团队的气氛的提升。 所以在这时候，我们要学会怎么去更多的去协调，去做一些让步和去做一些个人打法调整，跟我们之前的个人赛是完全另外的一种风格。包括我们在最后的决赛中，双人 SNG 会有分歧，但我们的分歧的主要冲突点不在于说牌该怎么打，而是我们这个分歧的点对比赛的整个进程、对我们的积分有没有帮助。我们需要去做一些让步和协商。
最后，请问一下，你们获得这个冠军，能想到怎么庆祝呢？
这个其实我还没有想好，其实我们在一起的每天就很开心。
共聚会，翻倍。
Welcome back. Ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, children of all ages, as long as you're allowed to gamble. My name is Jordan Bromley, joined by Richard, I believe. I lied, not just yet. He'll be here relatively soon. But for right now, we're going to continue the coverage of this main event flight. Fresh faces at the feature table. Ace 7 going to get raised to kick things off. Ace 7 finds the raise. King 10 finds the flat. Horiuchi with a mystery hand revealed the King Jack of Hearts. To a flop we go. No, not yet. He hasn't acted. You'll have to forgive me, guys. The coffee is starting to run out and my brain is starting to slow down. Not that it was fast to begin with, but you get what I mean. 11,000 is the 3-bet. Fold from the Ace 7. Likewise, the King 10. Upon which the hand reaches its conclusion. 161 bigs for Shi Xiaokui. Not a bad start. Pocket 10s raising to 2,500. As we see the 7-6-4 board. $2,500 and a call. Turn card is the 9 of clubs. Those 10s adding a gut shot to their already best hand. 11 outs for the King Jack. Wei Shu hoping to get there. Tong Shen firing. The raise comes out, though, from the King Jack to 11K. Wonder if Shen recognizes the potential funny business that's going on here. It looks like he puts in the call, and there's going to be less than a pot-sized bet behind. I lied. Exactly a pot-sized bet behind. And the river ace of clubs. Changing nothing in a hurry. But it's never nice to see another potential overcard to your pair. It's especially not nice if you get jammed on. And the bet of 17K comes out, and the fold from the 10s as aggression factor working out there for Tong Shen. King Queen for Wei Shu. Jack 3 deuce, as his Jack 10 locates the best hand. Seven of hearts on the turn. Flush draw, nowhere to be seen. Eight of clubs on the river as this pair of jacks is still the best. Now it's for Horiuchi to try and extract some value. 6,500 is the request. Not going to work out. He'll definitely take that pot, though. The pots like that are very important at this point in the tournament. Getting a panning look at some of the outer tables. 182 players have entered this one, and the field is continuing to swell. Getting a look at the trophy that these guys are playing for, that dragon front and center. Ace Jack for Lionel Hong. Raising to 2,500. Getting it in here against the fives. As Shi Xiaoqin puts it in against him. Needs to find an ace or a jack. That's a nice window card, but it's not a nice turn card. Sorry, draw card. Couple aces and a five. Means a six or a jack on the river. 6 outs. Can't do it. Pretty brutal way to go. As another member of the field does leave us. Still many hours of play to go, at least 4 hours. 6 levels total. Tens for Wei Shu. Nine and a couple of deuces as the tens hold on. 2,500 from them. Looks like the ace high has decided to float one. To a turn we go. Seven of clubs and another 5.5K from the tens. And at this point, I think it's not going to be too comfortable to continue with ace high. He does let it go. King Queen raising 2,500. Seems to be the go-to size from these guys so far. $12,000 is a 3-bet though from the pocket jacks. And the Queen Jack suited is not going to be feeling too good about this one, sandwiched in the middle of two hands that have him mighty crushed. Hand number 50 of the stream today. King Jack 9. Everybody with a piece in some way. Shu with a double gut shot. Xian bottom pair. Shen top pair. Checked it through though. 4 is inconsequential. Nobody improving. Nothing changing. Shen betting 4,000 with his pair of jacks. Shu's going to come along for one more, though. Keeping him honest as pair of nines recognizing that it's probably time to escape. Ace on the river does not get the 10-7 there, and it's definitely a spot you're going to have to bluff sometimes. Will you get it through, though? Nope. Not even going to try. I think when he sees that hand, he's going to be disappointed that he didn't. As the field swells to 182 entries. Ace deuce raising from +1. Ace deuce offsuit. This is wide. This is not what you expect to see. (10-9-8). Horiuchi finding the best hand. $4,000 from Jin, though. 10,500 out there. Don't think you're going to be leaving this pot just yet. With bottom pair in a straight draw. Looks like he is going to come along. Deuce of spades on the turn. Does give the ace deuce an opportunity to potentially try and steal this away. Ace of spades, blocking bottom set as well. Fires a second shell, and that will do it. Nice aggression there. Potentially a sign of things to come at this table. A limp from the small blind, and what's the Queen 8 suited going to do in response? I think he could go either way with this hand. Looks like he's going to go the way of just checking. $182 big blinds is a lot at this stage. Yima, another familiar face. Apologize for that sound. Couldn't quite mute my mic quick enough. $2.5K open from the King Jack suited. Yiming Jian finding a raise with Ace 10 to 6.5. To a flop we go heads up. Nine, six, deuce, rainbow. Both of these guys with backdoor flush draws. Four of hearts on the turn. Check from Yima. Is Yiming going to fire another shell? The answer is yes. 11,500, and that's a pretty chunky bet. Fold from the King Jack, because the best hand takes it down.
Well, I'll just sneak in right here and say hello to everybody.
You're right, my friend. That is very sneaky. How you doing on this fine Thursday?
Absolutely shady, as they've always called me. Shady Rich.
Shady Slim, huh?
My hair's blonde at the moment, so some people do call me Slim Shady.
Is it actually?
Yeah, it is.
My hair is missing.
Need to take a trip to Turkey, mate. It's all the rage these days.
No, not in that way. I got a buzz cut. I had a midlife crisis about 3 years ago.
Going on the Vin Diesel,
And,
are you?
Not that low, but definitely boy band like Beckham when he was good type thing, you know.
Beckham when he was still cheating type thing.
Yeah.
In his best days.
You haven't missed much excitement, I will say. We've been cruising onwards.
What level do we find ourselves at? Any idea?
I believe we are at level 7, 501k.
Lovely. We're streaming up until the end of level 12, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct in that one, my friend. Same as yesterday.
Perfecto.
We're marching onwards. Did I miss anything exciting in the evening last night, or was it relatively uneventful?
No, there was a crazy hand, actually. Aces, Ace King suited, and Ace King O. Three-way all in.
Oh my goodness. That doesn't sound fair.
It went like raise, 3-bet, 4-bet, call. And then it like the flop was like queen, deuce, 3 or something like very bricky. And there was just like shove, call.
Jeez.
Yeah, it was crazy. Double elimination. The aces held.
As you do.
Only on Wednesdays, mate. And how was the atmosphere last night? Did the correct team win? Did you get some sleep?
It's funny you mentioned that because the game happened and I was in bed before it even finished because I don't really follow it that closely.
Wow.
Last night I was more so acknowledging its existence without really any interest in who won.
Mm. But tonight you said your home team are playing, yeah?
No, that's something else.
Oh, there's something else. Okay, I got it now. I got it.
Yeah, I'm just double checking that you do in fact learn how to read down in South Africa.
I thought you meant like the rugby league is in a home game tonight because you were saying something about.
Fair enough. That is an honest mix up then. Yeah. You're forgiven, even though I'm still not certain you can read.
So tell us, the rugby league last night, was that like rugby I'm used to? Or is it the 3-pole one that you guys play?
No, that 3-pole one. No, that's AFL.
Oh, AFL. Okay.
The 3-pole one. Jesus. AFL is the game that I follow. my team that I support as far as any sport team goes is an AFL team known as the Hawthorn Hawks Football Club.
Have they got YouTube highlights of the sport?
Yeah, sure. Just type in AFL, I guess.
I'll check it out.
I guess if you want the best one, type in 2008 AFL Grand Final highlights, because that was when my team won. You're a long fan and you're in the chat. I hate you. If you're after a reason, it should go. I just don't.
Sounds good. Well, after Yima's 3-bet on the cutoff, Yiming Jian goes for the 4-bet with the ladies. Action back onto the king-queen offsuit. Not going to be feeling too happy about having to call a 4-bet, I'll tell you that much, and just mucks, as one would expect.
Yeah, and down it goes. I don't know what's been going on. I keep having random issues with my microphone. I keep cutting out. I don't move away from it. It just randomly will become quiet. So if there's any problems with it, I'm sorry, guys. I'm doing my best to try and fix it.
It's funny, I started this series using a professional microphone that my wife uses for podcasts, and that was the worst sound I've ever had, and now I've related to the plug-in earphones with the iPhone, and that seems to be the clearest.
Yeah, well, I'm rocking like a Rode podcasting setup as well, and it's making me think that maybe I need to just switch to my headset. But the quality difference is night and day usually, but maybe I'm just, I don't know.
Somebody just needs to teach Yima how to place those cards, because he keeps missing that card reader. Oh my goodness. This time, instead of King, Queen, O, he looks down at Ace, Queen suited. Raises it up, and he's going to find resistance again. Yeah, from Yiming, pocket nines. Well, starting stack for this one's 40k, so Yima short stacked. He's got Ace Queen suited here, and yeah, he's gonna rip it in and snap call by the pocket nines. And we will go heads up. Cards on their back.
Let's see all five here and see who comes out victorious. No ace or queen in the flop. 8 of diamonds on the turn. He's one of 6 outs on the river and it can't get there. Yiming Xian finds an elimination.
180 big blinds for that table chip leader. My goodness, he's been busy.
Certainly has been.
So do you have any international travels planned for this year, Jordan?
Not at this stage. There is a part of me that wants to get to Macau at some point, but I don't know whether or not that will happen. We'll have to see.
Not too far from here, right? Probably about 6 hours.
I've got no idea. Maybe. I'm not very good with distances, I'm sorry. Action folding to Wei Shu on the button.
$202 entries here already. Good numbers. Late Reg still open until the end of level 9, so still some time if you are in the area. Run down Late Reg. This one, I believe the buy-in is like 4.5 million. Could be mistaken.
Yeah, just hop, skip, and jump your way over to Jeju.
2.5 million, I stand corrected. 2.5 million gets you a starting stack of 40k.
I had really bad issues with my knees at one point in my life, and I thought that getting surgery on them was just a complete waste of time. But I stand corrected. Seven six, gonna try and bluff this. Luckily for him, it's one of the few hands that I think this is gonna work out against.
Quang Nguyen. Some call him the Scarface of Vietnam, because he looks a bit like Al Pacino when he was younger.
Wow, he finds the raise. What a gangster.
He is a gangster. I really like him.
Say hello to my little friend as he takes that pot down comfortably.
And those are by far the sickest glasses we've seen, I would safely say.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, he's usually head to toe in like Dior or Gucci or something like that, so I'm surprised he's kind of dressed down for this one.
Maybe he was wearing that stuff, but somebody made him an offer he couldn't refuse and had to hand them over. No? Godfather references? Not a thing? Ace 8 and Jacks. King 3-4 with 2 diamonds. How's that for a turn card? Not a
not
bad
bad.
turn card at all for Mr. 44. Directly from a job site. Yeah, directly from the job site, the foreman betting 3,000. The jokes only get worse. They don't even get better before they get worse. They just get worse.
I mean, they're pretty good right now, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, stop it. I'm blushing. Raise from the ace jack. Couple queens and a 9 as this queen 10 suited catapults itself into the victory chair. Check, check. 6 of diamonds on the turn as the ace jack's officially drawing dead. It was drawing dead anyway, to be fair. In goes the continuation bet. Sorry, in goes the delay bet from these trips. Ace Jack finds the raise to 4,000. Ruh-roh. Ten on the river, giving a full house to Zhang Yiming. Life is easy when you make the nuts and your opponent is bluffing at you. $11,000 is the bet, and he's not going to be too happy when he sees the remainder go in and the jam is made. Queen 10 for Horiyuchi this time. Went with the ace 6. Puts in the call. Jack 10-3 is this queen 10. Hits a 10 on the flop to take the lead back. Repeat Jack on the turn. $5,500 from the ace-6, and I don't think the queen 10 is going to be letting go just yet. So the call is made. Ace of spades, though, on the river changes things dramatically. And check, check. And the ace is turned over, and it is the best hand, and didn't want to try and extract any thin value from a 10. Just happy to show it down, and I think Horiuchi is somewhat glad that he didn't have to pay off a river bet. Pocket, sorry, 10-9 with the raise from the small blind. Sheng coming along. Queen 3 deuce as Sheng finds bottom 2 pair. Raise to 6,000 and a very quick fold. Ace-9 suited. Raise from the 9-8 suited. King 9 with the flat and the small blind. And Queen Jack 5. As a 10 would be a disaster for Shen. Repeat 5 on the turn. Looks like that hand was over.
Progressive bounty, the blind draw, 1,625, 125, 140.
King 4 offsuit on the button, raising to 2,500. Pocket 3s for Horiuchi. Started this one with 50k, so 50 bigs effective. When around the same mark. Queen Jack 9, as nobody connects. These three somehow still with the best hand. It's going to be very difficult to be able to bet for value, of course. On a board like this, he's just praying that somehow it checks through and he turns a 3. King 4 is going to c-bet. Down go the 3s. Likewise, the 7-4's out of there, and Shu picks up a nice pot. Ace 3 for Sheng, raising to 2,500.
Registrations open. For those who would like to join, you may proceed in the registration area.
to the turn card. 8 of clubs. Shu with the best hand with his pair of 10s. Sheng is the one that's reaching for chips, though. Fires it in.
Button move.
2.5K from A6. Ooh, but pocket kings finds the 3-bet and pocket 8s in the cutoff could have an interesting decision when it eventually folds back, because I don't think this A6 is going to be making any calls. A6 weighing the options up. Back over to Wen, facing this 10k 3-bet. What is it going to be? It's always awkward when you find yourself flatting these pairs and you face a 3-bet behind, because in theory, I think you're meant to find the jam or the call. He's going to go the call route. Seven, 5, 4. Continuation bet from the Kings, as these 8s probably can't be folding flop with a gut shot and the potential set outs. Gets a second look. This is a bet for 8k into 25.5, so roughly 1/3 the size of the pot. How is he going to respond to this with the overcard and the gut shot? Oh, sorry, the overpair, should I say, and the gut shot. And he does jam. And this and 6s are the two hands that are bluffs, but the Kings snap it off anyway. And Nan Kwang Wen is going to have to try and get lucky and get there. Is not able to, as we say GG's. As Chin is picking up some massive pots at the moment. Ace Jack,
Ace Jack
Shu
suited.
Wei.
4-way Jeju.
I
That's
win.
it. I'll sneak back in and steal your lines anytime. You better watch out, mate.
Tell you what, tell you what, mate. Just because you've been silent for so long and it's been a blessing to my ears, I'll let you take this one.
That's it, mate. Ace Jack suited. Getting raised up 101k. Man's doubled up and a bit already, so working well. Sitting pretty. Finds a 3-bet from Yiming Jian. Off of the button. King 6 suited. What a nice hand to choose, sir. Nice mixer. There's one of those inhalers I was talking about, Jordan. See that guy shoving that tampon-looking thing
That's
up
what
his
you
nostrils?
mean. That's a Vicks inhaler.
Ah, of course you know there's a Vicks inhaler. That's it. Flat call by the ace check. Oh, and oh my goodness. Jack check 4. And everything flop. 4-way Jeju.
It is not bad at all.
Jack 4. Yiming gonna continue after 3 betting pre-flop. 25% or so, which will be called off by Wei. Deuce on the turn. Does bring that flush draw in now for Yiming Jian. I imagine with the double flush draw present, Wei's kind of got to want to load this in. Charge those flush draws and all that. King of Hearts on the river. Wei Zhu, now decision time. Does find the lead. 7K. That's what he's gone for. Into 23. So again, around about 30% pot. So interesting sizing.
Yeah, and for this sizing, I think it's actually a sizing that's going to get him called a fair bit. Jian Yiming may even consider trying to raise, but he's staring his opponent down. The open comes from Mr. Quinn. Pocket deuces off the hijack. 228K. He's the man that's been busy. The big stack bully, and he finds the blinds. A king 5 suited and an 8-7 suited come along. 7-3 deuce. It's a pretty good flop for Chin.
Pretty good, some would say. Zheng gonna make the call.
Yeah, backdoor flush draw. Not too surprised that he's continuing. I think it's actually a pretty nice hand to continue with. Wouldn't want to continue with the 8-7 of hearts. Not going to be too stoked about the ace of hearts on the turn. Doesn't really improve his chances. And I think following a continuation bet from Chin, we're just going to see this pot go his way, as it's actually just going to be a jam at this stack to pot ratio. And Shang, my friend, of all the times to put the chips in, this probably isn't it. Chin has a lot of chips, but every time he's been putting chips into the pot, he's just had value. He's just been running really good. Spinning up a stack of what will be over 250,000 at the conclusion of this hand. This may look like the king high flush draw a lot, but we can see that he has the goods once more, and the chips go in. And we must say GG. Xiang Zheng.
But not to worry, sir. That late reg still open for a little bit, so make your way down to the booth. Fire another bullet, 2.5 million. Get you another 40K. Well, as soon as the blinds do increase up to 1K, 1.5K, then we know we have another 55 minutes of late reg. So that is, as of right now, 55 minutes of late reg for this one, the day 1D of the Red Dragon Championship. So if you are in the vicinity or close vicinity of the landing casino, make your way by foot, by airplane, by teleportation, however you do get here.
Six-two suited, you reckon? 4.5K. Hiroyuchi with 42 bigs, or 44 to start. Sorry, 44K to start, not bigs. With the ace-5, probably good to come along. More than come along, just rips it in there. Shu with a bit of a sigh and a fold. As we are 5-handed at this feature table. Expect that somebody new will be coming along shortly.
$208 bullets in this one so far. I must say, last flight 1C, which we streamed yesterday, around about the same time as today, we only had around 170 to 180. So definitely a bigger turnout here for the 1D. Ace Queen suited now. Yi Ming been very active in the last few rounds. Now with the real premium, it's going to pick up Tong Shen. Pocket 4 is good enough to come along. As a reminder, we do have the Day 1E Turbo that kicks off at 6 p.m. local time. So in fact, that kicked off 25 minutes ago, excuse me. Wow, family pot, 4 ways to this flop of the 8, 10, 7, 2 clubs. Wei Zhu all over this one like white on rice. Finds middle pair. Does have the backdoor nut flush. Yiming top pair. Both of them, quite a bit of equity, I imagine, will hang around.
It's a nice turn card for the 10-6 of clubs, 10 high flush, immediately arriving. Yiming Jian potentially going to be losing a fair bit here, but given it went so many ways on the flop, maybe it won't be as bad as he thinks, or as we think, should I say. 8,500 is the bet from the man with the check mark. And the 6 gives him the best hand if he was just after 2 pair, but he's betting this flush anyway. 22,000, roughly half the size of the pot. And Jian is going to have to recognize that this is not a very weak bet, and it's probably not with a hand that's worse than his for value. As he lets it go, second glance at that hand, Zhu, admiring his work.
We poised for a dealer change. Of course, here at the RDPT, we keep those dealers nice and fresh in and out.
Limp from the 7-4. Jian just happy to show down, or sorry, just to check back and see a flop. Ace Jack 5, a couple of diamonds, so Chin with that flush draw is behind, but equity-wise, 50-50. Checks it over.
Once again for the Red Dragon Championship, A1E. Registration is open for those who would like to join. You may proceed in the registration area.
"109 players remain out of those 208 bullets fired, so a bunch of these guys have fired multiple bullets. Some people are sulking in the hotel rooms already, and some have jumped into the turbo that started 32 minutes ago. So whoever you fit in, wherever you fit into those categories, make a decision and get acting. Alrighty, ladies, for Horiyuchi, gonna raise up the +1 position. Gonna be a raise and take it for him. Fortunately, unfortunately, depending on how you see it.
Very easy game with pocket queens. $109 remaining, 208 entered. As I think that was a bit of a mistake in the graphics. I don't think queens are being folded. They're going to get raised. Back-to-back hands? Potentially. It's a bit spooky. Buy a lottery ticket.
100%.
Tong Shen. Pocket fives on the button. Puts in the call. Multiple 6 deuces go down. Ace-3 offsuit. Decent enough price. Might just want to come along. And given how Wei Shu has played so far, it wouldn't shock me. And he does make the call. And that is bottom set for Tong Shen.
Oh, what a flop. My goodness, Horiyuchi, how unlucky. Back-to-back ladies and now up against some real strength. Of course, it's always going to be a king-high flop when you look down at the pocket queens, isn't it?
It's a big bet. Fires out 11k into a pot of 14.5. And the queens just snap fold. Not even a consideration.
King Jack offsuit, good enough for the open. Xi Xiaoxin, big stack, 268. It's a lot of big blinds at this stage of the tournament.
Jack 9 suited. Expect to defend here. Finds a gut shot, backdoor flush draw. Only 4 outs, given the cards on the top right of the screen demonstrate the cards that have also been folded. So those that are grayed out are ones that were held by some of the other players. Meaning that rather than having a clean 8 outs or a clean 7 outs, as we can see here, he only has 4 of them. 2,500. Are we going to see a check raise from this hand? I think it'd be a pretty good candidate for it. Definitely get some folds from some of the hands that have you beat right now that wouldn't be able to sustain calling a check raise. Looks like he is going to go that direction. Doesn't make it too large, takes it north to 7,000. Nice play there as the King Jack lets it go.
$216 players, jumped up real quickly. Well, as a reminder, folks, we do have some other events going on in the poker ballroom here at the Landing Casino. Today is July 10th. It's currently 6:40 local time. So 8 p.m. tonight, we've got a mixed game, no limit, and PLO that starts 8 p.m. As I said, 400k gets you 25k as a starting stack. 9 p.m. we've got a hyper turbo high roller. So the buy-in for that one's 2 million. And as always, you've got a milestone event at 10 p.m. tonight for you night owls. 8-6 suited, good enough for the open. And as we see, Horiyuchi, I mean, I'm not sure if this is actually a mistake at this point, Jordan, but
Three times in
time he's
4
got
hands.
queens.
Crazy.
Mad.
Well, I guess we're going to find out if he puts in the 3-bet. Looks pretty accurate to me. Makes it 12,000.
Well, he's lost the previous 2
Oh,
hands,
no.
Jordan.
Oh, dear.
And oh my goodness, I was just about to say 3rd time's a charm, but the big stack looking down at the Cowboys. Brutal.
Yeah, that is a sick one. Wow, just a call. Maybe he's hoping that Wei Zheng decides to run it for his remaining stack. Gets another look at his cards and just lets go. So Chin playing very sneakily here. As I'm kind of surprised he didn't just jam. Queen high flop.
Oh.
Sorry, it really is Horiyuchi's order, isn't it? Queens 3 times in 4 hands and top set when he finally gets to play a decent sized pot.
Top set versus Queen, versus Kings, excuse me. King's going to be
comes the
loving
continuation
life right
bet. Decent size as well. He goes 11.5. And in goes the remainder, and he's going to get beaten into the pot.
Well, talk about a cooler for the Cowboys. Horiyuchi, as they say, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. But fool me 3 times, no way, sir. Top set for me.
He's got to dodge 1 out. 3 of clubs is not it. What will the river bring? Six of spades. Not going to do it.
Just
As
like
Masata Ugo Horiyuchi finds the full double up to 112,000.
Courtesy of the bid stack, Shi Zhao Xin. Blind be
King 9
blind,
suited.
King 9 suited.
We've got to stop doing that. I don't know how we're going to figure it out, but 4 deuce, no dice.
I feel like both of us are good on blind dates, blind first dates at conversation making. and so we just understand the need for conversation at an awkward pause moment.
The last time I went on a blind date, the seeing eye dog wasn't really a big fan of me, so I don't think that'll work out again.
You got to keep the treats in your pocket, and when she's not looking, which is all the time, you just feed it to the dog and keep him happy.
True. It's good. That's a good shout. Do you know why blind people don't go skydiving?
Because they can't see the ground?
No, because it scares the shit out of the dogs.
That's funny. I just got the image of a service dog flying through the air with a parachute on.
Chin with the Queen 8 offsuit. Raising the button. Saying with King 10. Only has 33,000 behind, which is 22 big blinds. He's going to very haphazardly fire it in the 3-bet to 14,000. Oh, Xian wakes up with King Queen. I think against this exact size, it's a little bit too wide to be playing a 4-bet rip for 40. I think if he saw Xian make it something like 9K or 8K, he might get after it. But against this inflated size, it feels like it's a lot more on the strong side. And he does pass it up. Wei Zheng takes it down. Round 2 with Queen 8, this time suited. Zheng clutching his entire stack. Has Ace 10. Started this one with a bit more big blinds than last time, around 25 or 26. Clutching his entire stack. Is he going to jam? No, he just folds. Wow. From 3-betting King 10 offsuit last hand to folding Ace 10. Bit surprising. $10-9 suited, not good enough from the hijack. That's a bit surprising from the chip leader.
Wow. I mean, I'm confused.
Well, Yin's stoked about it. Gets to just win a pot for free with 4 dues. Are you still thinking about the skydiving dog?
Say that again?
Are you still thinking about the skydiving dog?
Yes, because I've just drawn it on AI. So I'm going to send it to you shortly.
Oh, that's terrible. One day I'll tell you the joke about Helen Keller's dog. I can't say that on stream.
I feel like I actually know that joke.
About how Helen Keller's dog ran away.
Oh, no.
I mean, you would too if your name was pocket 10s and pocket 7s here. 11,000. Folds back to chin. Is he just going to pile this in against Wu? Definitely feels like he could elect to do it for 40 bigs. Looks like he's just going to call. You still with me, Richard? Or did I take you out with that last one? 25,000 in the middle.
Choked in my coffee.
553 rainbow. These 7s still probably look pretty appealing, but we can see that he's drawing to less than 3% equity, so only running 6-4 would win him this pot. Both of the 7s have been folded pre-flop. Deuce of spades is no help as the 10s have the check mark. 42k out there. 43.5 behind, so roughly a pot size bet. Are we going to see Yin Wu play this turn as just a jam? Eyeing off the pot, eyeing off his stack. As Shen on the left can't seem to sit still. He's too eager to play the next pot.
I mean, in South Africa, we call it something else, but...
As he does jam, do I even want to know what it is? 43.5k. My goodness, look at the lens on that thing. Getting a photo and you'll be getting punched in the head by a camera lens.
Shout out to the man or lady manning that thing. Must have some strong forearms.
Yeah, it's quite the piece of equipment. Does Chin here have the strength to be able to lay this one down? Yinwu has been pretty snug, so I think that's definitely a consideration he's thinking about. I almost said a consideration he's considering. Good work, Jordan. Looks like he's going to let it go. Nice discipline there, sir. Having 200k is good, but maintaining and building on it is even better. Oh dear. Picking up the action once more. What are you saying? 40,000, ace 2 suited.
He's going to find Tong Shen with the ace queen O in the cutoff. Well, there we go. There is that beautiful branding RDPT standing out here in the Landing Casino. Nobody else even at the Baccarat tables. Apparently they called us and complained that no money was being spent at the Baccarat because too many regs were happening here for the poker tournament. So that's a positive sign.
Most definitely. Might be chasing natural nines when you can fire naturally 9 shells into this thing. I definitely know what I'd want to be doing. Pocket 8s. A 6 in some worlds, not this one. It's like a raise to 3,500. Hiroyuchi not waking up with queens. Shock horror. Eight, 7. Just going to defend as we see the king 4-3. These 8s holding up. Down goes the 8-7. And I believe we're going to be heading on a break relatively soon, guys. These guys have definitely earned themselves a quick rest.
That's it. Quick visit up to the presidential suite. Get a quick 15-minute power nap in. Or a quick visit to the KTV. 3 songs and a couple of shots of vodka for the courage. Depends who you are.
Is vodka the drink of choice in Jeju? I thought it might have been like soju or something. I'm not sure. I'm not really experienced by the ways of alcohol. Well, I don't know. I'm just asking the question. I have no idea.
Ignorance is no excuse.
Fair, but okay. Vodka, the national drink of Korea. What do you want me to say? You just keep looking after skydiving dogs, all right?
No, that's your
Hiroyuchi,
job, mate.
ace 7. Apparently that's my job. 10,000 feet in the air dog sitter. That's me.
Well, your ugly doppelganger
Mate, you've never met me. That's
7
definitely my
trims.
more attractive doppelganger. It looks like Zhang with the Jack 9. Once again, clutching those chips. Last time he did this, he ended up folding. Not going to be folding this time. But he is going to be whiffing the flop, ace and a couple of deuces. Checks it over to Horiuchi, who I think after a very small continuation bet. No! Check back, setting the trap. Unfortunately for Zheng, he doesn't improve, so he's not going to be losing any of his stack in this hand. Once again, though, check. Horiuchi really trying to get any chance at picking up some value. King of spades on the river, another check. Zheng just really doesn't want to give him anything. Goes for value for 6,500. Very quick fold, and that will take us to our break. We'll see you all in roughly 15 minutes. Don't go too far.
See ya.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Red Dragon Poker Tour, one of the most prestigious poker tournaments in Asia. Today marks the grand opening of our iconic event, the Red Dragon Championship. To celebrate this epic moment, we will begin with a special eye-dotting ceremony to awaken the dragon and bring good luck to all.
首先恭喜你赢得我们的青龙杯的冠军，您现在心情如何？
说实话，一般激动。
可以跟我们的观众介绍一下自己吗？你从哪里来？
大家好，我是来自成都的陶金果，我们的战队叫对成都战队。我们这一趟其实来了有很多人，本来这一趟我是不打算来的，然后是因为我们的队长告诉我们一起来打团队赛，我一向都是一个很有集体荣誉感的人，所以我就来了。
你刚刚说到团体战，你觉得团体战跟个人赛的最大的区别在哪里？
个人赛就是很多时候可以随心所欲，但是团体战其实一个是注重策略，第二个就是要考虑自己的队友。但实际上，其实个人赛我觉得也非常需要纪律。我都把我的手机屏保换成了一个纪律的律字。
您接触扑克多久了？
应该是18年左右吧，到现在7年了，每年都出去打比赛，打了很多比赛。最近已经可能快2年没打比赛了。
扑克最吸引的地方在哪？
一个是与人的博弈，我是一个很喜欢竞技的选手，因为我以前也是打游戏的，然后我非常享受这种竞技的感觉，喜欢这种赢的感觉。
您是第一次来红龙吗？
第二次，第一次差不多就是18年、19年，我最开始接触红龙的时候。当时去澳门红龙，但是那个时候就是比较年轻嘛，刚出社会，没有那么多资金，然后去红龙就准备了一个来回机票跟一个红龙的门票，然后没打到就灰溜溜的回家。
你觉得赢得这个冠军的关键是什么？
可能信念吧。我觉得扑克它是一个还是有一点玄学的东西。我们都说扑克是一个技术，也是一个运气的游戏。但是，比如说我手碰掉筹码了，我会觉得这是一个不好的征兆。但是我从昨天到今天，我碰掉筹码可能5、6次，每一次我都告诉我说这一定是个好的征兆，我的筹码会增加了。结果每一次真的都在我碰掉筹码之后就增加筹码。这个信念感很重要。
比赛这几天让你印象最深刻是什么？最深刻
是济州岛的海滩。因为我们团队赛结束之后出去玩，然后在海滩那个真的特别漂亮。我来都说我说这个地方太忘我了，因为玩其他游戏也赢嘛，所以我就说可能这次青龙会出一个好的成绩，说不定。然后每进一步我就告诉自己夺冠，真的夺冠。但是虽然说可能那个时候在开玩笑，但是就是到了这张桌子之后，我觉得玩笑变成真的了，所以一定要有信念感。
可以分享一下刚刚 heads up 的时候来来回回的那个筹码，你觉得当时你的心情是怎样？
其实是这样的，我的心情很平静，唯一可能情绪比较波动大的就是那把 A 圈打了黑圈。因为我跟那个哥们儿 hands up 的时候，我只有400多万，他有1000多万，然后我慢慢的把自己的筹码打高了，我有1000多万了，他只有400多万了，结果一手压制牌被他 double 了，其实心里面是非常难受的。而且那个时候就是 all in 的时候，他的朋友就在旁边给他喊 K， 但是我的朋友全在旁边打边赛，我真的很气愤，你知道吗？我直接在群里面给他发消息，我说我是不是没朋友？我是不是人缘差？我兄弟一个都不在，你说多气愤？你看后面这个，我兄弟都在旁边，一下就 over 了。
您觉得这次除了这个青龙杯夺冠了，下一个目标是什么？
打一个红龙杯吧，
就主赛红龙杯把它拿下来，是不是？
参加就行了，因为我明天准备走的。然后现在夺冠了，觉得这里确实很舒服，就让我更舒服了。我觉得可以再玩一玩。这里其实还有个小故事，就是 heads up 的这个兄弟，他抽奖抽到了红龙杯的门票。今天我就觉得他是天选之人，你知道吗？7个人的时候1000的筹码，就是他觉得自己已经没有对手了。其实大家都觉得他没有对手了，但是他当时说了一句话，我还很记得，他说走到这里可以了。我说不行，我当时就200多万，我说不行，我要拿冠军。我说你只能当第2。结果这就是信念感，还是那句话，信念感。
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've been waiting for is here. The final 8 teams of the RD Expedition Club Red Dragon Team event are ready to take the stage. Team Entrepreneurs! the Poker Queens Full House Team! Ladies and gentlemen, these are your final 8 contenders. Let the final battle begin!
恭喜你们获得这次远征俱乐部冠名红龙团队赛的亚军。那想请你们先介绍一下你们的团名还有团员。
我们这个团队的名字叫做扑克星球，你可以看到衣服下面写。
这次一起组队来参加这个比赛，有没有特别不一样的感受，或者有没有跟预期不一样的地方？
我觉得都超出预期了。我们只想过，好好先拿第2，因为30几个队伍嘛，我们拿到第2名，其实我们的队员发挥的都很完美的。
感觉这次红龙举办的这个团队赛，我觉得整个扑克氛围非常好。然后我觉得我们参与，就是因为它有很多不同的。一开始从淘汰赛，然后复活赛到第2轮的，就是3个赛事，单挑、双人 SNG 还有单人 SNG。
这个你们第一次玩这样子的这个团队赛，有没有特别的感受，或者是跟预期不一样的地方？
不一样的地方就是没拿冠军，确实很奇怪啊，为什么呢？跑马都输了。
那有没有觉得什么特别好玩的地方？
我觉得最好玩的应该是他们2个的双人，我觉得看他们打双人应该蛮。
来说双人比赛，
我就觉得双人的 SNG 的话，一个级别换一才是挺好玩的，非常考验2个人的默契，因为筹码量一直在桌面上，但是跟不同的人打。然后我觉得红龙举办的赛事非常棒，
打比赛打的也比较少，工作比较繁忙。这一次团队赛我觉得非常好玩，大伙儿的积极性也挺高，然后气氛也很好，希望以后这样的团队赛能多办。
那有没有什么地方可以打得再更好一点？
这次暂时我们没有遗憾，因为我们都已经发挥出了自己应有的水准。
我这次已经是超水平发挥了，希望下次运气能更好一点。
我们是中外友好企业家战队，我们是扑克星球。
2025济州扑克嘉年华，我们下次见。
Live from the Landing Casino in Jeju. This is the RDPT 2025 festival, the second one of this year. Very, very successful at this venue. Always an amazing crowd and an amazing turnout. As you can see, 221 entries into this one. 103 remain. Late Reg is officially over, ladies and gentlemen. It is currently level 10, excuse me, level 9, and we are playing down now until level 12, at which stage we will bag and tag, and all of these gentlemen have then made it through to the day 2. $1K, $2K, all those blinds with the 2K anti-active on the big blind each round. So the price of poker, 5K before we even VPIP. $40 levels, 40K starting stack for this one. So a nice setting. All eyes on this feature table as we start level 10. As I said, 3 levels of play before we close the end of day 1. Eight on the turn. Yang still ahead, as was the situation on the flop. But Mr. Han has a gut shot. Might just call this bet. Let's see how spicy he's feeling. Oh, he makes the call with just the gut shot, and we will see a river. Jack of Hearts, not a card he was hoping to roll off. Does have the Ace of Clubs, so might just need... No, he can't. I take that back.
No secrets， 没有秘密啊，没有秘密啊。
When? One king is enough, they tell me. They tell me one king is enough. 不是你们刚刚说的吗？对。
我们下面这个。
这盘还能打。这招可能不要了，这个。应该没有在买面，那个面还有点湿。要看一下吗？
1K, 2K, 2K. All those blinds and ante at the moment if you're just joining us. This is day 1D. We've got day 1E busy going down here at the Landing Casino. That's a turbo event. 30-minute levels. Only about 3 hours of late reg for that one, so you don't have too much longer left to get involved. The late reg for this one, day 1D, is of course closed firmly. 91 bigs for Feng Deng. Our current big stack bully here at this feature. 183k, so off of a 40k starting stack, he's nicely 4x'd, excuse me.
Getting serious now. Let's play serious games. I don't feel comfortable at all on this YouTube table.
221 entries was the final number. Very nice turnout for this one indeed. Deng Feng not showing us those cards. Somebody need to tell him just to move them on. Ten-9 suited. Again, we see it folded, which is very, very strange, especially in the small blind. Just expected to call there. Interesting. Anyway, Feng Deng with the pocket sixes under the gun. Oh, maybe the graphics were doing a switcheroo on us. Well, anyway, Feng Deng not going to be loving the Queen 5 deuce flop, as he's picked up the button and the big blind. 5.5k is the sizing into 17.5. Just over 30%. Jin Wang does have the gut shot. Backdoors working for him. Picks up a 4. The check's going to allow a free river to roll off, and it's safe for Feng Deng. 6 is good. We're not too worried about any king 10 X's, excuse me. Definitely no queen X's. So we got enough showdown there just to win. 27k added to the stack. It's a big pot at the end of the day. 13 big blinds at this stage is massive. More than, excuse me, a quarter starting stack. We aren't playing to a number of players. Just remember that, folks. Today we close play at the end of level 12. So it's approximately 2 hours from now. And at that stage, we will bag and tag, and these gents will all return tomorrow for day 2 of the Red Dragon Championship, which we will bring to you live. As always, each and every day, myself and Jordan working very hard alongside Trista Chul, Jun, Mr. Dai, Chris Lebroho, Mr. Delida, and all the rest of the team that I might have forgotten. I definitely do appreciate everybody behind the scenes at the RDPT. Beautiful show. Hand number 91 rolls off here. Mr. Cow gonna open things up. Mystery hand and +1. A raise gonna come in here from Cow. Ace 10-0, good enough. And again, hand wants to get involved for a cheap price. See a flop, this time with the suited ace. Gonna limp in. Excuse me, not limping, he's just gonna flat. Seven, 6 deuce rainbow as Mr. Lee comes along in the big blind. 6-4 offsuit does flop quite a bit of equity here with the top pair and a great kicker with Mr. Han. $5K is the sizing he's chosen. Nice sizing, one must say. Chip counts up on your screen. Feng Deng with 100 BBs. Nice performance so far. Just remember the starting stack 40K for this one. So good work there to amount that sort of stack. Ace-8 offsuit, good enough for the open. That's surprising. 20 big blinds. 21 big blinds if you want to be precise. It's a little bit wide, but I guess you got to go for it in these sort of MTT formats where people have been playing relatively tight. I haven't seen much out of line aggression. Ace-7 suited in the small blind. What are we seeing? I'm sorry, I'm just super surprised. Maybe just given the fact that he's raising off of 20-something big blinds. don't want to be facing a rejam, but with the A7 suited, you can just flatten the small blind, see a flop, you're out of position, and then go from there. Interesting. Ace Jack offsuit, hot sock, Han. We'll go with Andrew. That's just a really cool name. That Dior jacket, just so hard. Wow. You'll find the ace deuce suited here for Jin Wang. I mean, actually, let me not speak before the action is made, as we know how quickly they will deceive me. Seven, 6, 3, 2 hearts. Jin Wang. The nut flush draw. The board definitely better for the cutoff calling pre-flop, so I'm not surprised by the check from Andrew. Jin Wang just senses that his opponent's range littered with overcards, so maybe just check behind on the flop, make your hand, and then try and put money in the pot. Don't scare any overcards off just yet. Not sure what the thinking is, but maybe something along those lines. $11K is the sizing into 14, so it's a really big bet on the appearance of the 7. I think just trying to charge all all straight draws the maximum, all worse flush draws the maximum. But I imagine if we see a raise from Andrew, Jin Wang wouldn't feel too comfortable, but instead he just flats. Pingo. Exactly what Han was looking for. Gonna continue to just check over to the aggressor. But yeah, Mr. Wang, it's just the ace. Happy to check down. Unfortunately, gonna be beat. Taps the table. Ace Jack good. 8.8 big blinds for that man at the center of your screen, Mr. Dilijan. Unfortunately, late reg ended at the end of the break a couple of minutes ago, so nobody can rebuy for this one. Nobody can add another stack. You've got to play with what you've been given, what you've ended up with, excuse me. Down to just 99 remaining players in this field. Many short stacks. Definitely not expecting a long, drawn-out, very tight game. Expecting the fireworks to start blasting off relatively shortly. There we go. Jin Wang raising up the hijack. Ace-4 suited. Daniel Lee finding the jacks in the cutoff. He's going to go for it. All in for his remaining 22 big blinds. Ace-4 definitely can't make this call. So he'll probably just get it through. There we go. Does make the laydown as predicted.
We are currently playing level number 3. For those who would like to join, registration is still open. You may proceed in the registration area.
Ace King O for the short stack. My goodness, what a time to get a premium at 9 or 8.5 big blinds to be precise. Go all in. He'll be hoping for a full double up here. Hopefully a marginal call by one of his table mates. But unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, no callers for him. Hmm. 85k. Jack 5 offsuit. Definitely can't limp this. Gotta raise it. If Mr. Han is awake, he will attack this. He's not going to. I guess suited 9-4 in position. Maybe just see a flop. Ace King 6 to diamonds. Yeah, I think we've got to play a little bit more aggressive at this stage of the game. Ten on the turn. Delayed C-bet. Good enough to take that one down for Mr. Wang.
冷，这样没想到它这么冷。尤其这里，对对对对。
Jack 10 offsuit. Maybe Carl's gonna think about getting involved. Gotta be conservative with those remaining 9 and a bit big blinds, that's for sure. Well, blind v blind, queen 7 suited. And I guess mid. I mean, it depends what your strategy is, right? Blind v blind, but sound good for a variety of options. All in is the call that he's decided to go for. Mr. Andrew Han, and of course, Dilijian with the ace has to make the call. He's going to see the good news. He is out ahead. However, Han with 2 live cards. Jack 3-3. Good suit so far. Ace on the turn. Dilijan pretty much locking this one up. Needs to dodge a club. And he does so successfully. Full double up courtesy of one of the big stacks at the table. Up to 22 big blinds. And wow, very nice climb up by him.
一下生活又充满了希望。再翻一下就军马了。
对啊，再翻一下就变成 chip leader。
chip leader 还
他那边他这边得20万吧。
90 players remain in this field. My goodness, dropping like flies. Those outer tables must be absolutely rocking right now. Yang with the suit connectors from the hijack. Dilijian gonna come in with the Queen Jack offsuit out of the small blind. A little bit surprising, and Jin Wang ace 10 off. This is of course good enough for a variety of things. He's gonna make the call too. 3 ways to this flop. King 7-6 rainbow. C-bet from Yang. Might be good enough just to take it down. No, Jin Wang not believing. Gonna come along with the ace high. Try and turn an ace. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Ace on the turn. Jin card for Jin Wang. Just gonna call. Yang will continue. And the deuce on the river, pretty much a brick. Don't imagine Yang needs to bet out at this one. Oh my goodness. Makes the jam 34k into 33, so just over pot size jam. Oh my goodness. Maximum pressure on this ace. Wow. Jin Wang 42k behind. Got a call for most of his stack. Just top pair. Can't be too happy. It's a very difficult call. Not easy at all. He does make the call. Take a bow, Jin Wang. Wow. Hero call. Remove some steam off the top of his head. Taps the table. GG's. Nice power jam. Just picked off by Jin Wang up to 55 big blinds. Very impressive by him. "86 players remain. They really are dropping quickly. Must have a couple of shorter stacks. I would love to get the data on that. Hand's going to take the aggression to the button and the blinds. King 5 offsuit. A little bit out of line, some would say. King Queen suited, Diligian. 20 BBs. All in is the call. Requests that triangle. And I'm sure Hand's going to move out the way, but the big blind, Daniel Lee, might make this call. Look, I'm not saying I would. I think pocket nines would call. Sevens, eights might just need a fold. Yep, he does make the laydown. So does the King 5. Well-timed aggression by Diligian.
Find out later, don't worry. Find out if you're a liar or not. Alright. Huh? Yeah. Check it on the maybe YouTube or something?
Well, all in for Cal. It is interesting. He's chosen to go for the offsuit 9-8. He's in the big blind next round. He's going to get it through. He's going to pick up the blinds and the ante, which will help him. Let's hope he picks up a nicer hand.
One face card is enough. We'll see, we'll see. 那你不敢拿出袖子里的 KK 了吧？
他现在哪儿藏在袖子里边，藏在其他地方。
Ace-10 offsuit for hand. +1. Does have Diligian to his left, so watch him. The more I'm looking at Cal, the more he's looking familiar. I've got to look him up. Three-way to this flop. Jack 7-7. Nobody connecting. Ace-10. Still good. Ace high. Nine on the turn. Does bring that club flush draw there. Now they play with two clubs, which will require, but Cal with the king. And hand with the ace, so Cal eventually does bet out of it. Out at it, excuse me. And if he does look familiar, ladies and gents, that's because that is Nyok and Cal, who is 12th on the Vietnam all-time money list. Hand's not going anywhere. It does have a gut shot, so looking for an 8 or an ace to be pretty happy. A 9, definitely what he's not looking for. Cow houses up on that river. And hopefully for hand, he doesn't think his ace high is good. Well, it's only 6 big blinds, 12K into 28. So under half pot. This hand has to think about it because ace high is good quite a lot of the time. You're chopping with ace high. So ace jack, of course, definitely a contender there. Any 9, any 7. You definitely can't make this call, I would say, in my very terrible opinion. Oh my goodness, hand makes the call with the ace high. He's going to see the bad news. Just muck straight away. Big knock. Carl just emotionless as he rakes over that pot. Very nice addition to his stack, up to 26 big blinds now. So there's no wonder he's 12th on the Vietnamese all-time money list. What a crusher.
Yeah, go ahead. But the turn of rivers. Did you bet on flop? Did,
40 bigs for Jin Wang. Has been playing very well. Made that call. Ace 10. Hero call. And we'll see him get involved with the offsuit Queen Jack. Stop Jack Queen off. Mr. Wang. Da Peng Wang. Da Peng Wang. What a name. Makes the call with the Ace Jack offsuit. 10-3 deuce. Another player committing. Another player committing, but also another player connecting is actually what I meant to say. 6 on the turn after the quick check around. Doesn't change much for either player. Mr. Wang gonna have a stab at it. 2 over cards. Jin Wang not electing to roll over and give up. Calls the turn, and with the 7 on the river, I think ace high good enough for a check. Yep, enough showdown there. The Queen Jack, however, does decide to check.
That's a
Bing Dang will raise up the 7-5 suited. Why not? With that big stack, you gotta use it. Small blind will call with the ace-10 suited. Only one diamond, king-10 deuce. Middle pair for the Peng Wang. Mr. Feng Deng, pre-flop aggressor, can see bet this king-high board quite comfortably. Three of hearts on the turn closes the door for the diamonds. And one would just imagine that any bet from De Peng would be good enough to take this one down. Yep, and that's exactly right. 79 players remain, 221 entries into this one. Been a good turnout so far here for this series. 3 days left to go. We got tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We'll be bringing you a live coverage each and every one of those days. So join us. If you need any more info, you can find all of that information on any one of our socials: Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. We post the daily schedules, results, fixtures, all of that good stuff. So you can stay abreast over there. Well, the short stacks get shorter as the blinds do tick up to 1.5, 2.5k, with that 2.5k ante on the big blind each round. Suited ace jack, good enough for the min open. Depending on your strategy and balancing of your ranges, ace 9 off could do well for a 3-bet. Bet or just a straight fold. I myself do not like to 3-bet with anything such as a ace 9, ace 10, or king 9, king 10, just because that 9 and 10 just allow your opponent to have more of a Broadway dominated holding. Jack 9, 8. Good flop for Lee. Top pair, great kicker. Wrong colors, of course. But he can range bet this pretty comfortably. Ace Jack. Ace 10. King Queen. All of those sort of hands well within the +1's range. Well, the blinds have ticked up, and the hands do tick on. All of these gentlemen having played a pretty long day of poker at this stage. They'll be coming back tomorrow, and hopefully the next day, and the next day, hopefully. So this one just getting started for a whole lot of these gents. They need to pace themselves, make sure they have their rest routine firmly set up and set out. Pocket sixes for Feng Deng. Not giving away anything with that cap on. And now the superstar from Vietnam with the ace queen off in the hijack. We're going to hear from him, I imagine, in a big way. Looks like 17K is the sizing. Feng Deng, big stack. He's got to factor in this sizing of cow, factor in the stack size that he's left behind with. He's committed a third of his stack in this 3-bet, so he's got to be saying he's got some sort of strength. Queen Jack offsuit, good enough for the new player at the table. He certainly looks very familiar. He's going to come in for the Min Open. Ooh, King Deuce on the button. I love to get jiggy with that one. Ten, 8-4. Lee defends the big blind and does find the 10. Top pair goes to him. The Queen Jack going to continue the story. $14K now is the raise. Stick it back straight in your face with that gut shot and 2 overcards, Mr. 7-7. I think we can call. We got quite a couple of outs, nice cards that we want to see. Bingo. That's exactly one of them. for Mr. Lee. 2 pair. Definitely a very scary board. There we go. Table chip leader is that new gentleman. Followed close behind by Deng Feng. Queen Jack offsuit, good enough for the Open, Mr. Cao. Superstar from Vietnam, gonna find the Peng Wang with the pocket nines. All flat. And this gives the decision to Mr. Han. Jack 10 suited, it's just a little bit worrying, this action. Early position opens, a flat call by a big stack. Do you really want to be going crazy here? Answer is yes. 2.5x in position. Good sizing, size down, just to look a little bit stronger, one would say. Carl definitely can't call the offsuit Queen Jack, so probably just Hollywooding a little bit. The nines definitely can call. Wang having a good look at that stack. Oh my goodness. Wow. Just lays down the pocket nines. Certainly an interesting decision. Maybe just thinking that Mr. Andrew Han doesn't do that 3-bet given the pre-flop action unless he's got real strength. So maybe nines at the bottom of the range that you want to be calling with. Maybe tens we call. I'm not sure. I think it's a bit tight in my opinion. Well, from the pocket nines to the queens. Hopefully he has a better run out with this one. And now, oh my goodness. And with the pocket nines, gonna make the call. They've been passed around. So funny, mate. Jack 7-5. Queens very happy with this one, I'm sure. The nines not going to be so happy facing what we presume is a C bet. Relatively similar stack sizes, give or take a couple of big blinds. Bet quickly called by the pocket nines. Second diamond rolls off. Imagine we keep betting here if we are Mr. Wang. And that's exactly what we see. Continuation of that story. Pocket nines can't be feeling too comfortable with two streets of aggression being fired at them. Jack on the river. And Wang. Very small, my goodness. 11 into 51. So just 20%. Small enough to get called. Just extracting every little inch and cent. Well done to Peng Wang. Great extraction. As we do welcome to the table a brand new dealer. GL. Deal us some spice, please. We love to see it. Down to just 74 players, so these ones ticking off very quickly. $1.5K, $2.5K are those blinds at the moment. 6.5 in the middle before we VPIP. 40K starting stack, so the price of poker getting relatively expensive. Cow decides to go for the open, or excuse me, for the limp in from the small blind. Blind v blind. Nakagawa. Yep, let's go for it, sir. Those are raising chips. I love to see it. $9K is the size. Cal's got to know he's going to be doing this with a lot. If Cal can find the jam here, it's going to be great. Come on, Mr. Cal. Power jam the King 9. course, I'm just joking, folks. I just want to see action. King 9 out of position. Rather, let's see a flop and go from there. Queen 7 deuce. Nakagawa does connect, so you can see bet here. Any 7, any 3, any queen. Gonna be good for him on the turn. And that's how you take a pot down with the 7-3, ladies and gentlemen. Very well done there by Nakagawa. Impressive show of skill by the table chip leader. 84 big blinds, 211k, so 5 starting stacks. Very impressive. There we go, Mr. Feng Deng. Let's use that big stack. King 3 suited. Good enough from the cutoff. Open it up. Let's get cracking. And the other big stack is going to come along from the small blind offsuit Queen Jack. King 8-7. Good flop for Feng Deng. Top pair. Not a good kicker. We'll be aware of the fact that that small blind range littered with King X. That beat his King 3. So we do get a bit of a table change up. Or an even out, whatever you want to call it. Changing the tables. Whole bunch of caps at this feature table. Everybody got a black cap. Jin Wang with the King Jack offsuit. $5K raise. Raise and take it. Easy as you like. 71 players remain, 221 entries. As I say that, 70 players remain. Mr. Cow can use this ace blocker, I think, relatively nicely and effectively from the hijack. There we go. Sometimes you got good timing, sometimes the timing is just off. And unfortunately for Kao, wrong timing here as Mr. Wang looks down at the ace-king suited. 3-bet, 16.5k. Jin Wang definitely can't make this call. Neither can Kao. I think if he was feeling super adventurous, he could go for the power bluff jam, but that would be disastrous as we see. Six, 5 in the middle before we VPIP. So 1.5, 2.5 are those blinds. With just a 40k starting stack, a couple of players short here and a need of a double up. Jin Wang been very poised so far at this feature. Now looking down at ace king suited in the small blind. What a nice sight. $17k is the sizing he's gone for, and of course Mr. Wang can never in a million years make this. Nice addition to Jin Wang's stack as he does make his way up to around about 100k. Mr. Cao from Vietnam, 12th on Vietnam's all-time money list, over 890k in lifetime earnings. Pocket sixes for him. Just going to move all in. Less than 20 big blinds, excuse me. Pretty much get a free big blind then if you manage to pick this one up. That's exactly what he does. Given he's in the big blind next round, that one a vital pickup. We are about an hour away from the close of play for the day, and then all of the people left standing will be bagging and tagging, coming back tomorrow for that day 2 action. Ace 10 offsuit. Good enough for the raise, Mr. Depeng Wang. Just has such a great timing, doesn't he? Able to take that one down pretty easily. There's a view of the outer tables and the rest of the field. A couple of other events happening concurrently to this live broadcast. NLH PLO mixed game going down. Got a high roller kicking off tonight. In about 30 minutes, that 2 million gets you into that one. Daniel Lee, King Jack offsuit, good enough for the open. "67 players remain. That man has been the shorty since we started this feature after the break. Been playing well though. Managing to still hang around, which is very, very impressive. There we go, Mr. Cow, beautiful timing, ace-5 offsuit until Mr. Wang looks down with the ace-queen suited. Got to make the call, Mr. Wang, as uncomfortable as this is, we've got to punish him here. He does, and just like that, we will go to a run out. All 5 cards will be shown. Ace 5 suited of Mr. Cow, all in and at risk. Can he find a 5 one time? Ace Jack 3. No real help. And just like that, Star from Vietnam unable to find the 5 he was looking for, and it's GG's for now, Mr. Cow.
跟你那种 KK 不停的3手 KK 强度比还是
他这上了这吃不多，他一会儿 queen 一会儿 a queen， 对 queen 嘛，不刚才 pocket queen， 他猛来啊，很眷顾他，还神猛眷顾他。对光普照嘛，因为给我们每个人都打点阳光，多2张，一个人这样照。对，这出就看他表演了，我们这当观众。哎呀，看他表演了。参与一下。
Jin Wang, King Queen offsuit, good enough for the open, he decides. $1.5K, 3K, all those new blinds which just snuck up on you and ticked up. That means this is the final level of play. Around about 40 minutes until we shut this one down. Queen, Jack, Deuce. Mr. Jin Wang. Top pair. Pretty good kicker for him. He'll see bet this board. Nakagawa, open ender, so definitely not going to go anywhere. Couple of nice turn cards he's looking for. On the turn, excuse me. 18K, very rich. 39K in the middle, so you've got to call 18K here to see this river. Nakagawa gonna make the call. 6 outs. Needs to hit it one time. A 7, I'm not gonna do it. I don't know if Nakagawa just has to bluff out at this one. I don't think so. Wow. Nakagawa goes for the power jam on the river. Just a king high. Jin Wang, who made a massive hero call in a previous hand with an ace 10-0, just ace high he had on a Jack 677 board. Can Jin Wang make the call with top pair here on a pretty blank run out? He should be able to, one would say, given the fact that he made the call in that much harder situation. Jin Wang got to put his entire stack in if he wants to make this call. Definitely no easy feat up against the range of the button. Big moment for Hiroki Nakagawa. Just an absolute gem of a jam. Nakagawa finding this amazing jam. Jin Wang looks like he's going to make the call. He's stacked up all of the chips. He's got 66k behind. Why is his opponent doing this is the question he's asking. If he makes this call, he will have an amazing stack. And yes, eventually he makes a call. He's going to see the great news. Wow. Nakagawa caught with his pants around down his ankles. Take a bow, Jin Wang up to 69 big blinds after that one. Beautiful.
block 的掉的是他这种牌，就是你圈 K block 掉他10勾圈 K 再买。勾圈就撞了，因为你有圈嘛，自己有圈嘛。如果是，反正我觉得好牌肯定好牌，基本上就是22。
60 players remain. This is the final level. That man, Mr. Jin Wang, is the talk of the town at the moment. Two absolute massive hero calls on the river. First with just an ace high. Second with top pair. Well done, sir. You've earned those chips.
K， 但是你 block 掉 K 了呢，总之是好牌 ，very 好牌。
H2 suited, good enough for Feng Deng. Jack 10 suited must be unlucky. We've seen it folded very marginally. Gonna find Mr. Jin Wang, the newly formed big stack with the 10-9 suited in the big blind. Oh my goodness, Jack 8-8. Mr. Jin Wang all involved with the open-ended straight draw, gets it on the turn. When it goes well, it really goes well. $8.5K is the sizing he goes for. This is the day 1D. Drawing to a close. I'd say not much longer than 40 minutes left in this one. Tong Shen. Saw him get a little bit spicy earlier, so actually a little surprised that he put the ace-9 in the muck. Finds the Queen Jack in the big blind, Mr. Daniel Lee. Jack 7-5. Nakagawa not looking for this flop. 7 pairs the board, so I'm sure Daniel with the top pair will lead out here. Jack on the river, house for Daniel Lee. Bad run out for Nakagawa, of course. Lee gonna pile it in. 27 in the middle, 25 is the bet. Nakagawa ace high. Kind of like deja vu with the Jack 7-7 on this board. Well, there we go, folks. 60 left out of these 221 that entered. A lot have bitten the dust.
这打到什么时候啊？今儿稳了，今儿不折腾了，肯定。今天我这位置，人就是让我忍。对。先过来，差不了多。直接后卫一直到。没事，忍就过去了，忍就过去，牌很大，我很大，忍就过去了。
Ace 9-0. Nakagawa decides it's good enough. Gonna go for it. Mr. Chin Wang, though, with the pocket jacks, big stack, been dominating things. Looks down in the cutoff. Sure he's gonna charge it.
我基本没怎么吃，相当于。可以啊。啊，没问题。那还开着吗 ？OK， 聊会儿天一会儿。
Peng Wang, mystery man. Let's see those cards, sir. Ace 8 offsuit. Hits the mark after the marginal open from Peng Wang, so he'll be thrilled to see that. Great timing. He's going to get it through. That's what you got to keep doing here, is applying that pressure now. Not far off of the end of the day. $10-8-4. Nakagawa does have a middle pair, so he'll probably hang around after this c-bet from Peng. 78 big blinds for Jin Wang and 70 for Depeng Wang. Both of them with very nice stacks going into this day 2 shortly. Cheng Cheng is the new man at the table. So nice, they named him twice. Well, sometimes you just gotta go for it with the 10-5 suited. I mean, that's surprising. And he gets quickly put in his place. Tong Shen. King Queen offsuit on the button. Marginal himself, but good enough. Wow. Mr. Dilijian, literally short stacked since he's come here. You can see him visibly frustrated. Really sucks when just no spots appear, no whole cards seem to come your way. And there we go. Here is some action. Definitely a brewing as the ace-8 of Nakagawa is caught out of line, jamming from the button. Cheng Cheng with the rejam, and I imagine the big stack has just got a jam over the top here. Can he do it? He's still having to think about it, ladies and gentlemen. Big moment here. It will be a three-way all-in. How often is your ace-king good? Huge decision here for Jin Wang. either way, it's a tough decision, whichever way one chooses. Oh my goodness, makes the fold. He's gonna see. He was up against the 10s and the ace 8.
AK 不靠，您 AK 不靠，你的 CL 啊。
I really don't think we can fold there. Especially we got everybody covered. Crazy. Ace 8 versus the 10s. The ace 8 need an ace in a hurry. King Jack 9, no help to the ace. Deuce on the turn. And just like that, you say GG's to Nakagawa. As you can see, the ace king would have taken it, so insult to injury for the big stack.
那么多的马子，
他那还我有牌，我这AK 55开，就你发出来了，没发出来呢，你就被啃一大口，是吧？你又没投诉。
Five more hands. 5 more hands, yeah.
5 more hands is the call.
不是你就逃过你一劫，但是这是发出来了，对吧？你得想，这本来也是
然后吓的，然后吓的。
你知道为什么今天有点这个心结吗？我大概是什么时候？今天早上有 AK 去打光了，对。 我就正好碰着人家，我那个牌碰的是我的红桃 AK，
可以不靠，他明显他是个对子了，感觉。
也知道，
明显是个对子。
不是我推出来最底端的范围了吧？这是。
但是我想他们，
我99可能都扔了一个，但是我觉得是。
不会，99不能扔，99也不能扔。
就这个退了。
88以上我觉得范围。
反正事实很边缘，但我肯定得退了。
你如果知道这个老哥能放 AK 了，那你就推的就变宽了。我只能这么解释。
Certainly an interesting fold, the ace king there by Jin Wang.
当然。
And I imagine, I mean, my Mandarin is no good, but I imagine that's what these people are talking about.
都是兄弟，都是兄弟。我操，这俩人打了。
碰完你就稳了，30万。明天都是稳。
哦，追求，因为怎么说啊？追求那什么。
Blind v blind. Oh my goodness. Mr. Diligian, maybe out of frustration, just makes the call with the 10-3 offsuit. Wow. Didn't expect that. Ace, King 3, hooks the 3. Oh my goodness, brutal as he is counterfeited on the river. Just like that. GG's to Diligian, second knockout in a row. 4 hands to go.
不是最后几手牌了，我肯定不会是瞎推的，对吧？我上你就看您有没有心情跌的问题。对。
我感觉您是 AK 了，那么纠结，但是常理来说是靠。
那肯定。可以说的。
哦，还有 break。 赢了还是
没有了，就
刚才第一手，
这是第二手，
对，为什么写 break 啊
？break 就是不记了，然后全场统一5手，
就到明天了嘛，对吧？
对。
他只要这里，
他没有，他就今天的。
Wow, I'm not sure why Diligian just went for it there, defending the jam, blind v blind. But the 10-3 doesn't make sense. Maybe just not wanting to creep into day 2 short stacked. I don't know. Queen high, king high, ace high, I understand.
因为这马上去day 2了，我靠，再波动一下。
实话，后来发出来了，没发出来，你们也就没那么纠结了嘛。
是。
The dealer will just let Feng Deng know to move his cards into that card reader.
今年呢不是有个新节目 ，AK 叫人家给收了。
We'll see how fast the back office staff are.
来吧。
Oh my goodness. 4 ways to this flop. Jack 5, deuce, 2 hearts. Nobody really connecting with this flop. So the 8's still good. Shout out that handsome fellow, Chris Lebroho, walking there behind the camera. We see you.
这个还是什么？因为一顺的话，它全顺了。
Good enough to take it down, the 8's.
大对子，
Full bids.
没那么大，但是有一顶帽子，但是也是对的。
这桌来对了，来对了。
2 hands to go, and then we will be calling this one a day. Bagging and tagging and coming back tomorrow.
那个牌我扔的
Day 2.
丢。那我这牌因为
又不是一个什么2万美金的 bubble 的，对吧？你害怕是枪口，
你要是不是你要是什么25万美元买入的那个豪克赛 bubble 我扔了，
那我都会推的，你放心吧。
那我还没你有钱。
没有。
你是很早以前就研究泡泡玛特，然后泡泡玛特赚了很多是吧？
私下说吧。
我估计是中间卖了。
没有，我已经成泡玛特前10大股东了，快。没有开玩笑，那怎么可能？
什么玩意儿？比特币是吧？
不是。
还有几手？
看过我那个发那个泡玛特那个家，真的好，真是3年前就。
Bing again, just hiding those cards from us. Again, gonna open.
有，现在应该在 WSOP。
Raise and take it, and we will be on to the last hand of the day. Jin Wang 218, Cheng Cheng 216, Tong Shen 205, Peng Wang 197. These are big stacks, considering that the starting stack was 40k. So gentlemen coming out to play very nicely.
你说开始，
其实很久了。还有几手牌？2手1手。
这是第3手。
How much hand do you have?
哎，这第2手，第3手。
And just as a reminder, folks, not only will the winner of this event walk away with the trophy, but the winner will be awarded another special trophy. It embodies the spirit of the Red Dragon, rooted in legacy, driven by what's next. It's a celebration of where we came from and where we're headed.
Two more hands.
One more.
Oh, this is the last. Just so you see 2 more, right?
什么呀？这是最后一手。
That was the last hand. I do believe if my math is correct. So that means it is time to bag and tag, folks. We will call this one the end.
还好加底后。
完全没拍，真是要不加底后，我记得都是超短码。
没有，你也没掉什么当时。
他比较稳，他很稳。
但是你没掉，你没有掉。
After this hand, of course.
没有掉。
都是要那个，都是要那个8号位。
As a reminder, folks, we'll return tomorrow with the live broadcast of day 2 from this Red Dragon Championship, and that will start at around 12:30 Korean Standard Time.
最后那点送到你们，最后一点是吧？
Join us tomorrow for that one. It should be an absolute spectacle.
这跟你推不推没关系，这主要看我。啊？
对，我的意思。
这跟你没有关系，主要
我的意思，您试试估计也得打，也得接头音。
Jin Wang gonna call in the cutoff. Tong Shen will come along with the suited connectors in the big blind.
对不对？你没问题，你上的没问题，问题在我这边。
King Queen 8. Very bored for the deuces. Three on the turn doesn't change much for either player. But Wang, the pre-flop aggressor, gonna finally bet at this one.
两帽子还敢打。 1对10了，1对2，你要比10还小，我把你看成1对10了。
我10没区别。
And there we go, folks. That is a wrap for now on the Day 1D coverage of the Red Dragon Championship. Join us tomorrow at 12:30 Korean Standard Time for the Day 2 absolute fireworks set for that one. It's been magic. Thank you for keeping me company. Excuse me. It's been my pleasure. Good luck at your local poker tables. Have a blessed evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. But until then, see ya.